Hello everyone and welcome. This is Dark Harry speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if Gomez and Morticia dueled Voldemort and Bellatrix for Harry? Death Eaters switched sides. New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1. The duel that never ended. The night air crackled with more than just autumn chill as Voldemort stepped over James Potter's body. The fool had tried to face him without a wand, brave, perhaps, but ultimately stupid. The Dark Lord's lips curled into something approximating a smile as he climbed the stairs, wand held loosely in long, pale fingers. The child's room waited at the end of the hallway, light spilling from the partially open door. "Stand aside," he commanded the red-haired woman who positioned herself in front of the crib. Her green eyes blazed with defiance, arms spread wide to shield her son. "Not Harry, please," Lily Potter begged, tears streaming down her face. "Take me instead. I have no quarrel with you. Stand aside, and you may live." "No. Not Harry." Voldemort sighed. Severus would be disappointed, but he had given the woman her chance. Avada Kedavra. Green light flashed, and Lily Potter crumpled to the floor. Voldemort stepped over her body and gazed down at the infant standing in his crib, clutching the rails and staring back with eyes the same shade as his mother's. Curious. The child didn't cry, didn't scream, just watched him with an unnerving steadiness. "So you're the one destined to defeat me?" Voldemort's voice was soft, almost conversational. "What a waste." He raised his wand, pointed it directly at the child's forehead, and spoke the killing words once more. Avada Kedavra. The green light surged toward Harry Potter, and then something impossible happened. The spell rebounded, hitting Voldemort with the force of a freight train. Pain unlike anything he'd ever experienced tore through him as his body disintegrated, his soul ripped apart. His scream echoed through the house as darkness engulfed him. But this wasn't the end. Something tethered him to this plane, his Horcruxes ensuring he couldn't truly die. As his wraith-like form struggled to comprehend what had happened, he became aware of new presences approaching the house. "Tish, I believe we're too late." Gomez Addams' usually exuberant voice was somber as he helped his wife step over the destroyed gate of the Potter cottage. His black suit was immaculate despite their hasty journey, his mustache perfectly trimmed above a grimace of concern. Morticia Addams glided forward, her floor-length black dress seeming to float above the ground. "I fear you're right, mon cher. I sense death has already visited." Her pale skin seemed to glow in the moonlight, dark eyes taking in the partially destroyed house. "Lily was always so kind to send us those delightful poison samples from her potions experiments," Morticia said softly. "And James, remember how he laughed when Wednesday showed him her pet spider at their wedding? Good people." "Rare in these times," Gomez agreed, twirling his wand between his fingers, 13 inches of blackthorn with a thestral hair core, deadly in dueling. "But why would your cousin Sirius send his Patronus to us of all people?" "Because we're family, darling. Distant through the blacks, but family nonetheless." Morticia's red lips curved into a sad smile. "And because he knows what we're capable of." They entered the house, Gomez pausing to close James Potter's eyes as they passed his body. "Fought like a gentleman to the end," he murmured, straightening James' glasses. Upstairs, they found Lily's body and the crying child in the crib, a lightning-shaped cut freshly carved into his forehead. "Harry," Morticia whispered, immediately lifting the baby into her arms. "Shoo, little one. Auntie Morticia is here now." Gomez touched the child's forehead gently. "He survived the killing curse. Magnificent. We should take him home with us," Morticia said, rocking Harry, who had already begun to quiet in her arms. "Wednesday and Pugsley would adore having a new playmate." "Of course, Querida. The boy is family now." A cold laugh interrupted them. "I believe you're mistaken about who the child belongs to." Bellatrix Lestrange stood in the doorway, her wild black hair framing a face beautiful in its madness. Her wand was already pointed at them. My master may have been temporarily inconvenienced, but I'll be taking the boy to raise in his name. Bellatrix. Cousin. Gomez exclaimed with genuine delight. It's been ages. How's that husband of yours? Still experimenting with those boring unforgivables? Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. Don't play games, Addams. The child. Now. Morticia turned slowly, Harry secured in one arm while her wand appeared in her free hand as if conjured from the shadows themselves. I don't believe we will be doing that, Bella dear. Harry is under our protection now. And who's going to stop me? You and your blood traitor husband? Bellatrix sneered. Oh, I think we might manage, Gomez said cheerfully, dropping into a fencer's stance, wand at the ready. Care for a duel? It's been too long since I've had a proper challenge. Before Bellatrix could respond, a cold wind swept through the room, gathering into a dark mist that hovered near her. The mist seemed to speak, a hissing voice emanating from its depths. The child is mine. Bellatrix. Master. Bellatrix's face transformed with ecstatic devotion. You've returned. Not completely. The voice whispered. Need the boy. Gomez raised an eyebrow. And who might you be, my spectral friend? The mist swirled angrily. Lord Voldemort, you fool. Ah. The famous Dark Lord. Gomez's face lit up with genuine interest. I've heard marvelous things about your curses. Absolutely brutal, they say. We should compare notes sometime. Morticia stepped forward, Harry now sleeping peacefully against her shoulder. While this reunion is charming, I'm afraid we must be leaving with our young ward. The authorities will be arriving soon, and we'd rather avoid tedious explanations. The mist surged toward them, but Gomez flicked his wand almost casually. A barrier of blue flame erupted between them and Voldemort's wraith. Remarkable. Gomez exclaimed. You're maintaining consciousness without a body. That's old magic, the kind my great-aunt Bloodthirst used to practice before her unfortunate incident with the vampire bats. Bellatrix launched a curse at them without warning, a streak of purple light aimed directly at Morticia and Harry. Morticia deflected it with a subtle twist of her wand, her expression never changing from one of polite interest. Bella, darling, you always were excitable, she said. Remember when we were girls and you set your mother's favorite dress on fire? Some things never change. You dare mock me? Bellatrix shrieked. Crucio. Gomez intercepted the curse with a silver shield that absorbed the spell entirely. Now that's more like it. Some passion. His own wand slashed through the air, sending a barrage of what looked like obsidian daggers toward Bellatrix. She deflected most but cried out as one sliced her arm. You'll pay for that. Both of you. The wraith that was Voldemort swirled around her. Enough. We need the child alive. Morticia glided toward the window, Harry still held securely against her. Gomez, darling, I believe it's time for us to make our exit. I've placed protection charms on Harry, but we should get him home to proper safety. Right you are, my dear. Gomez flourished his wand, producing a thick black smoke that filled the room. Until next time, cousins. Bellatrix screamed in frustration, blindly firing curses through the smoke. You won't escape. The Dark Lord will hunt you down. As the smoke cleared, Morticia was already out the window, floating gently to the ground with Harry in her arms. Gomez gave Bellatrix a jaunty salute before leaping out after his wife, performing a perfect somersault before landing on his feet. The wraith of Voldemort surged toward the window. Follow them. Bellatrix. Morticia and Gomez moved swiftly through the streets of Godric's Hollow, Harry bundled against the cold in a piece of Morticia's dress that she transfigured into a blanket. They're following us, Gomez noted cheerfully, glancing back at the wisps of dark smoke trailing behind them. Persistent fellow, this Voldemort. He seems quite determined to have Harry, Morticia agreed. What a fascinating form of partial corporality he's achieved. Should we apparate home, cara mia? Not with the baby, darling. The shock might harm him after what he's been through. And I suspect our followers would simply track us. Morticia's eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. But perhaps we could use this situation to our advantage. They turned down an alley where Morticia quickly drew a complex pattern in the air with her wand. The brick wall before them melted away, revealing a hidden courtyard with a dried-up fountain at its center. Perfect, she murmured, stepping into the space. This will do nicely. Gomez took Harry from her arms, bouncing the baby gently as Morticia began to trace elaborate symbols on the cobblestones with her wand. Dark silver lines glowed where the magic touched the ground. Setting a trap, my nightshade? Gomez asked, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Something like that, Morticia replied enigmatically. The Addams family has protected children for centuries, my love. I'm simply calling upon that tradition. The dark mist that was Voldemort billowed into the courtyard, followed closely by Bellatrix, her wild hair flying behind her as she ran. Stop right there, she commanded, wand raised. Ah, just in time. Gomez beamed at them. We were beginning to think you'd gotten lost. Morticia completed her spell, the silver lines now forming a perfect circle around all of them. How fortunate that you could join us. The wraith swirled menacingly. What are you doing? Ensuring Harry's future, Morticia said simply. I believe we all have an interest in this child, do we not? Bellatrix stalked forward but stopped short of the glowing circle. Give us the boy now, and perhaps the Dark Lord will be merciful. Gomez laughed. Mercy. What a concept. Tell me, does your lord appreciate a good sword fight? I have an excellent collection back home. Silence. Bellatrix shrieked. Master, let me kill them and take the child. The wraith hovered, seemingly analyzing the silver circle surrounding them. Wait. This is old magic. Indeed, Morticia nodded approvingly. Very old magic. Family magic. You see, Gomez explained, rocking Harry, who had begun to fuss, the Addams family has always had a particular talent for binding spells. Quite useful for keeping unwanted visitors from leaving dinner parties early. Morticia raised her wand. I propose a solution to our impasse. A magical duel, Gomez and myself against Bellatrix and her master. A duel? Bellatrix laughed incredulously. The Dark Lord doesn't duel for sport. Not sport, dear cousin, Morticia corrected. For the child. The winners gain magical guardianship of Harry Potter. The wraith swirled thoughtfully. Interesting proposal. Master, you can't possibly, Bellatrix began. Silence. Voldemort hissed. I am intrigued. But how, in my current state? Gomez stepped forward, Harry still in his arms. A simple solution. The circle my exquisite wife has created can temporarily anchor you. Not a full body, mind you, but enough substance to hold a wand. Bellatrix looked horrified. This is a trick. Not at all, Morticia assured her. The circle draws on the magic of all present, including Harry's. It's neutral ground. The wraith drifted closer to Bellatrix. I accept your terms. Master. Bellatrix protested. The boy is key to my return. Voldemort's wraith explained. We will win this duel easily. Morticia's red lips curved into a smile that would have chilled anyone not named Addams or already half dead. Excellent. Then let us begin. She raised her wand, the silver circle brightening as she chanted in a language so ancient it made the air itself shudder. The wraith of Voldemort was drawn into the center of the circle, black mist compressing and solidifying until a semi-transparent figure stood before them, recognizable as Voldemort but ghostly, wavering like a reflection in disturbed water. Bellatrix gasped, her eyes wide with worship. "Master!" The spectral Voldemort flexed his fingers, then extended his hand. Bellatrix immediately placed her wand in it, dropping to one knee. "Use mine, my lord." Gomez handed Harry to Morticia, then drew a second wand from inside his jacket, this one made of pale yew. "Shall we dance, then?" The four magical users took positions at cardinal points around the circle, Harry cradled in Morticia's arms at the center. The silver lines pulsed with power, drawing strength from each of them. "The rules are simple," Morticia explained. "We duel until one side yields. The victors gain magical guardianship of Harry Potter, bound by the ancient laws of magical custody." "And if we kill you instead?" Bellatrix asked sweetly. "Then you'll never break free of this circle," Gomez replied cheerfully. "It's tied to our life force now. Kill us, and you'll be trapped here until someone finds your desiccated corpses. Isn't magic wonderful?" Voldemort's spectral form nodded. "Begin." Bellatrix didn't wait for further instruction. She launched a killing curse directly at Gomez, who sidestepped it with a dancer's grace. The green light hit the edge of the circle and rebounded, forcing Bellatrix to duck. "Splendid reflexes," Gomez complimented, returning fire with a spell that split into dozens of razor-sharp playing cards that whirled toward her. Voldemort waved Bellatrix's wand, conjuring a wall of fire that incinerated the cards midair. He followed with a curse of his own, a streak of midnight blue that twisted like a serpent as it flew toward Morticia. She didn't move, but the spell stopped inches from her face, suspended in the air before dissolving into snowflakes that fell harmlessly around Harry, who giggled and reached for them. "Oh, how lovely," Morticia remarked. "Harry seems to enjoy your magic, Dark Lord." Furious at her casual dismissal, Voldemort unleashed a barrage of curses, each more vicious than the last. Gomez intercepted them with elaborate wand movements that resembled a tango more than traditional dueling, turning the deadly magic aside with flourishes and spins. "Your technique is magnificent," he called to Voldemort. "Such precision. Such power. But perhaps a touch rigid?" Bellatrix screamed in frustration, sending a whirlwind of black daggers spinning toward Morticia and Harry. Morticia responded with a gentle breath that somehow expanded into a gust of wind carrying the scent of roses and decay, sending the daggers flying back toward their caster. "Protego!" Bellatrix shouted, but several daggers pierced her shield, one embedding itself in her shoulder. She yanked it out with a snarl of pain. "First blood to the lady in black," Gomez announced, as if commentating a sporting event. "Care to make things more interesting, Lord Voldemort?" The spectral dark wizard said nothing, but his next spell caused the ground beneath Gomez to turn to quicksand. Gomez sank to his knees before transfiguring the sand into solid glass and tap-dancing across its surface, firing hexes as he moved. The duel escalated, magic crackling through the air as spells collided and rebounded within the confines of the silver circle. Harry watched it all with apparent delight, occasionally reaching toward particularly colorful spell effects. "The boy seems unafraid," Voldemort observed during a momentary lull, his spectral form growing more defined as the duel continued. "Children raised in the Addams family learn to appreciate danger from an early age," Morticia replied, deflecting a cutting curse from Bellatrix with a lazy flick of her wand. "It builds character." "Enough talk." Bellatrix launched another attack, this one taking the form of a flock of razor-beaked birds that swarmed toward Gomez. He met them with a spell that transformed them into butterflies with wings of flame, which then turned and flew at Voldemort and Bellatrix. "Incendio Maxima!" Voldemort bellowed, creating a wall of fire that consumed the butterflies and surged toward the Addamses. Morticia's response was subtle, a gentle sweep of her wand that parted the flames around them like a curtain. "Fire has always been a friend to the Addams family," she said calmly. "My great-grandmother was burned at the stake 17 times. She said it was the most invigorating spa treatment she'd ever experienced. The duel continued, growing more intense with each exchange. The silver circle began to pulse faster, drawing more power from its occupants. Harry's scar gleamed with an inner light, matching the rhythm of the circle. Something's happening. Voldemort's spectral form suddenly flickered, his borrowed wand hand becoming momentarily transparent. The circle responds to intent, Morticia explained. It seems young Harry is choosing sides. Bellatrix launched herself forward with a scream of rage, abandoning magical dueling for physical attack. She tackled Morticia, trying to tear Harry from her arms. Gomez moved to intervene, but Voldemort sent a curse that wrapped around him like a constrictor, binding his arms to his sides. Tish! Gomez called out, struggling against the magical bonds. Morticia didn't panic. Even with Bellatrix clawing at her, she maintained her composure, dark eyes flashing. Her long hair suddenly animated, wrapping around Bellatrix's throat and yanking her backward. "How dare you interrupt my time with the baby," Morticia said, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "It's very rude." Bellatrix gasped for breath as the living hair tightened around her neck. "Master, help me." Voldemort raised the borrowed wand, aiming at Morticia. "Release her, or die." "I think not," Gomez said, suddenly free of his bonds. He stood between Voldemort and his wife, wand raised. "You see, that's the thing about Addamses, we're rather difficult to restrain. My great-uncle Slaughterhouse was buried alive 7 times. He said the 8th attempt was the only one that took, and that was because he got bored and decided to stay put." The silver circle pulsed more rapidly now, the light becoming almost blinding. Harry began to cry, his tiny hands reaching toward the center of the circle where the lines converged. "What's happening?" Voldemort demanded as his spectral form was pulled toward the center, dragged by an invisible force. Morticia's hair released Bellatrix, who collapsed gasping to the ground. "I believe the circle is completing itself," Morticia said, carrying Harry toward the center. "The ancient magic of protection is taking hold." Gomez nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Of course. Lily Potter's sacrifice created a blood protection. Our circle is connecting to it, expanding it." Bellatrix crawled toward her master, reaching for him as he was pulled inexorably toward Harry. "No. Master. I can't resist." Voldemort's spectral form stretched and distorted as it was drawn toward the child. Morticia stood calmly in the center, Harry in her arms. The boy's mother died to protect him. That protection lives on in his blood. Our circle has recognized it and seeks to strengthen it. Gomez joined his wife, placing a hand on Harry's head. "The question is, will you fight against it, or become part of it?" Voldemort's wraith struggled against the pull. "Never. I will not protect the boy. Who defeated me?" "That's rather short-sighted, don't you think?" Gomez asked conversationally. "The boy clearly has extraordinary power. Power that could be guided." Morticia's eyes met Voldemort's red spectral ones. "Every child needs protection, even those destined to be powerful. Perhaps especially those." The circle contracted suddenly, forcing Bellatrix to stumble forward until all 4 adults were clustered around Harry. The silver lines rose from the ground, wrapping around them like ribbons of light. "What is this magic?" Bellatrix demanded, trying and failing to step back. "Family magic," Morticia replied simply. "Very old, very binding." Voldemort's form solidified further as the magic wrapped around him. "I will not be bound." "I fear you already are," Gomez said, watching as the silver light connected all of them to Harry. "We all are." The baby reached up, touching a strand of silver light. It pulsed brightly, then sank beneath his skin. The other strands followed, disappearing into each of them, Gomez, Morticia, Bellatrix, and Voldemort. For a moment, silence fell in the courtyard. Then Harry giggled, reaching toward Voldemort's now much more substantial spectral form. "What have you done?" the Dark Lord whispered, staring at his hands, which glowed with the faintest silver light. "We haven't done anything," Morticia corrected. "Harry has chosen his protectors." "Impossible." Bellatrix shook her head frantically. "The Dark Lord would never. It seems I have little choice." Voldemort interrupted, examining the silver glow that now outlined his spectral form. "The magic has bound us all to the boy's protection." Gomez clapped his hands together. "Well, this is an unexpected twist. I love it when magic takes matters into its own hands." Morticia adjusted Harry in her arms. "It appears we'll all be sharing guardianship of young Harry. How delightfully unconventional." "I will not," Bellatrix began, but clutched her chest suddenly as the silver light within her pulsed. "What is this?" "The binding," Morticia explained. "It seems it will enforce our new roles whether we wish it or not." Voldemort's wraith hovered, seemingly in contemplation. "This complicates matters." "Life often does," Gomez agreed cheerfully. "But complications make things interesting. Now, I suggest we adjourn to our home. Dawn approaches, and I believe we could all use some refreshment after such an invigorating duel." "Your home?" Voldemort questioned. "The Addams mansion," Morticia elaborated. "It has extensive protective wards and plenty of room for everyone. Plus, our children will be eager to meet their new brother." "Brother?" Bellatrix looked horrified. "Of course," Gomez said, as if it were obvious. "We're all family now, bound by magic older than any of us. And family sticks together." Bellatrix looked to Voldemort, clearly hoping he would blast them all to oblivion, binding or no binding. But the Dark Lord merely nodded slowly. "For now, we will accompany you." His red eyes fixed on Harry. "The boy and I have much to discuss, when he's older." "Splendid." Gomez offered his arm to Morticia. "Shall we, cara mia?" "After you, mon cher." Morticia smiled that mysterious smile of hers. Harry nestled securely against her. The silver circle began to fade, its purpose fulfilled. As it disappeared, the four unlikely guardians and their infant ward departed the courtyard, leaving behind only the faintest trace of ancient, powerful magic. The Addams mansion loomed against the pre-dawn sky, its Gothic towers and turrets silhouetted against the fading stars. Gargoyles peered down from the rooftops, their stone eyes following the strange procession approaching the front gates. "Home sweet home," Gomez declared as the wrought iron gates swung open of their own accord. "You'll find it quite comfortable, I'm sure." Bellatrix eyed the mansion warily. "It looks like a mausoleum." "Thank you, dear," Morticia said sincerely. "We've worked hard to maintain that aesthetic." The front door opened before they reached it, revealing a hulking figure silhouetted in the doorway. "Ah, Lurch!" Gomez called out. "We've brought guests. And a new addition to the family." The butler stepped forward into the light. Nearly 7 feet tall, with a pallid complexion and deep-set eyes, Lurch surveyed the newcomers with solemn interest. He groaned questioningly, eyeing Voldemort's spectral form and Bellatrix's wild appearance. Yes, quite right, Lurch," Gomez nodded as if the butler had spoken eloquently. "They are indeed unusual guests. Lord Voldemort and Bellatrix Lestrange, meet Lurch, our butler and dear friend." Voldemort's wraith hovered silently, seemingly assessing whether the massive butler posed a threat. Bellatrix kept her hand near her robe pocket, clearly missing her wand. "Show them to the guest rooms, would you, Lurch?" Morticia requested. "The ones in the east wing with the lovely view of the cemetery." Lurch nodded and gestured for them to follow. "I will not be shown anywhere by your servant," Bellatrix snapped. "I demand." The silver light pulsed within her chest again, causing her to gasp and double over. "The binding seems to discourage hostility," Morticia observed. How fascinating. Perhaps it's best to cooperate for now, Bella, Voldemort suggested, his spectral form drifting after Lurch. As they entered the mansion's grand foyer, a small, hunched figure scurried toward them, rubbing his hands together with obvious glee. "Ah, Gomez, Morticia. You've returned." The figure bowed deeply. "And with guests. How delightful." "Thank you, Thing," Gomez said, then paused. "Wait, that's not Thing. Thing is a hand. This is. Who are you again?" The small man straightened, looking offended. "It's me, Master Gomez. Creature. House elf to the most ancient and noble house of Black." He turned to Bellatrix with another bow. "Mistress Bellatrix. Creature is honored by your presence." Bellatrix's expression shifted from disgust to recognition. "Creature. What are you doing here? You belong to my Aunt Walburga. Mistress sent Creature to help distant relatives," the house elf explained. "Said the Addams family needed proper wizarding servants, not muggle butlers." He shot a disparaging look at Lurch, who responded with an indifferent groan. "How thoughtful of Walburga," Morticia said. "Though we've never felt the need for house elves before. The Black family takes care of its own, Mistress Addams," Creature said proudly. "Even those who marry, unconventionally." His eyes darted to Gomez. Before the conversation could continue, a small girl with long black braids and a severely expressionless face appeared at the top of the grand staircase. She wore a black dress with a white collar, perfectly pressed despite the early hour. "Mother. Father. You've brought something back." Her dark eyes fixed on Harry. "Is it edible?" "Wednesday, darling," Morticia called up to her daughter. "Come meet your new brother, Harry." Wednesday descended the stairs with deliberate slowness. "Brother? Did you make him yourselves? He doesn't look like us." "We've adopted him, my little viper," Gomez explained. "His parents were murdered, and now we're his guardians." Wednesday reached the bottom of the stairs and examined Harry critically. "He's very small. And that scar," she pointed to Harry's forehead. "It looks like lightning." "Yes, isn't it magnificent?" Gomez beamed. "A curse scar. From surviving the killing curse." Wednesday's expression didn't change, but her eyes widened slightly, the Addams equivalent of shocked excitement. "He survived death. Can he teach me how?" "Perhaps when he's older, dear," Morticia said. She turned to introduce their guests, but was interrupted by a blur of motion as a chubby boy in striped pajamas slid down the banister, an explosive device clutched in his hands. "Father. Did you bring me a new bomb?" "Did you?" The boy skidded to a halt, noticing the visitors. "Who are they? Is that a ghost?" "Pugsley, my boy." Gomez clapped his son on the shoulder. "Meet Lord Voldemort and cousin Bellatrix. They'll be staying with us for a while. And this," he gestured to Harry, "is your new brother, Harry." Pugsley studied Harry with undisguised curiosity. "Does he like explosions?" "I'm sure he will," Gomez assured him. "It's in his blood now." Bellatrix, who had been watching this family reunion with increasing horror, finally found her voice. "This is madness. Master, we cannot stay in this freak show." The binding magic pulsed again, but this time it was Voldemort who winced. "Careful, Bella. The binding seems to react negatively to threats against the boy's new family." Morticia glided forward, still holding Harry, who had fallen asleep during the commotion. "Perhaps some refreshment would help ease tensions. Creature, would you prepare tea in the conservatory? And wake Grandmama, I'm sure she'll want to prepare a special welcome potion for our guests." "Yes, Mistress Addams," Creature bowed and disappeared with a crack. "I'll take the baby to the nursery," Morticia continued. "We still have Pugsley's old crib, though we may need to remove the spikes." "Just the poisoned ones, my dear," Gomez suggested. The boy should build up some immunity. Wednesday tugged at her father's sleeve. Father, can I show the ghost man my collection of cursed dolls? I think he might appreciate them. Voldemort's spectral form seemed to sigh. I am not a ghost, child. I am Lord Voldemort, the greatest dark wizard of all time. Wednesday's expression remained impassive. Do you know how to remove someone's soul? I've been trying with my dolls, but they don't scream right. For perhaps the first time in his existence, Voldemort seemed at a loss for words. Gomez laughed heartily. That's my girl. Always thirsting for knowledge. Why don't you show our guests to their rooms, and you can discuss soul extraction over breakfast? Come, Wednesday commanded, turning toward the stairs. Our house has 17 ghosts already. They mostly stay in the attic, but Aunt Elvira haunts the toilet in the guest bathroom. Don't flush after midnight unless you want your bottom cursed. Bellatrix looked to Voldemort in desperation. Master, surely we don't have to, for now, we follow their rules. Voldemort interrupted, his red eyes fixed on the sleeping Harry. The binding gives us little choice. And I must recover my strength. Excellent attitude. Gomez clapped his hands together. You'll feel right at home in no time. We Addamses have a long tradition of welcoming the unusual, the macabre, and the downright deadly into our midst. As if summoned by his words, an elderly woman in a tattered robe appeared at the entrance to what appeared to be the kitchen. Her wild gray hair stood out in all directions, and she carried a bubbling cauldron that emitted purple smoke. I heard we have guests, she cackled. And a baby. Perfect timing. I just finished my youth potion. She lifted a ladle of glowing green liquid from the cauldron. 3 drops in his milk will give him the strength of a troll and the digestive system of a dragon. Mother, perhaps later, Morticia suggested gently. Harry has had quite an eventful evening. Bah! Grandmama waved the ladle, splattering glowing drops on the wallpaper, which immediately began to dissolve. Babies are resilient. My great-grandson should start building his immunities now. The world is full of weakness these days. Your mother lives with you? Bellatrix asked Morticia, seeming genuinely curious for the first time. Family is everything to the Addamses, Morticia replied. We keep our loved ones close, living, dead, or somewhere in between. A disembodied hand scuttled across the floor and tugged at Gomez's trouser leg. Ah, thing! Gomez greeted it warmly. Where have you been hiding, old man? Come meet our guests. The hand leapt up onto a nearby table, fingers wriggling in what seemed to be a greeting. Bellatrix stared. What in Merlin's name is that? Thing, our loyal friend and helper, Gomez explained. Been with the family for generations. Not the most talkative fellow, but he's always ready to lend a hand. He laughed at his own joke. Even Voldemort seemed disturbed by the animated hand. Your family keeps severed body parts as pets. Not pets, Morticia corrected. Family members. Thing is as much an Addams as any of us. The hand gave what might have been a thumbs up, then scurried off toward the staircase. Now, if you'll excuse me, Morticia said, I should put Harry to bed. Gomez, darling, perhaps you could show Lord Voldemort the dungeon. I believe he might find it relaxing after his corporeal setback. Capital idea, Tish. Gomez beamed. We've got Iron Maidens, racks, thumbscrews, all the classics. Some have been in the family for centuries. Voldemort's wraith hesitated, then nodded. Very well. I am curious about your family's apparent affinity for darkness. Oh, we don't just have an affinity for it, Gomez said cheerfully as he led the way down a stone staircase. We embrace it. We dance with it. We invite it over for dinner and serve it our best poisonous mushrooms. As the strange procession dispersed throughout the mansion, Morticia carried Harry upstairs to what had once been a nursery but now resembled a miniature medieval torture chamber. She gently laid the sleeping baby in the crib, removing the more dangerous-looking spikes from around its edges. "Welcome to the family, Harry Potter Addams," she whispered, brushing his dark hair away from the lightning scar. "Your life is about to become very interesting indeed." The first rays of dawn were creeping through the stained glass windows of the mansion when Albus Dumbledore appeared with a soft pop at the front gates. His half-moon spectacles glinted in the early light as he surveyed the imposing structure before him. "Most unusual," he murmured to himself, stroking his long silver beard. "The tracking spell clearly indicates Harry is inside, but these wards." He raised his wand, probing the magical protection surrounding the mansion. They were unlike anything he had encountered before, not dark exactly, but definitely not light either. They had a strange, wild quality to them, as if they had grown organically over centuries rather than being cast by wizards. The gates swung open without warning, causing Dumbledore to take a step back in surprise. "Curiouser and curiouser," he said, cautiously making his way up the path to the front door. Before he could knock, the door creaked open, revealing Lurch's imposing figure. The butler greeted, gesturing for Dumbledore to enter. "Thank you," Dumbledore said politely, stepping into the foyer. "I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I believe you have a young boy named Harry Potter in your care." "He certainly does." Gomez appeared at the top of the stairs, descending with energetic bounds. "Albus Dumbledore himself. What an honor. I've heard marvelous things about your defeat of Grindelwald. 17 hours of continuous dueling, wasn't it? Magnificent stamina." 16, actually, Dumbledore corrected with a small smile. "And you must be Gomez Addams. Your reputation precedes you as well. All good things, I hope." Gomez reached the bottom of the stairs and pumped Dumbledore's hand enthusiastically. "That would depend on one's perspective, I suppose." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Your exploits during the global wizarding war were unorthodox, to say the least." "Ha! War brings out the best in an Addams." Gomez released Dumbledore's hand and produced a cigar from his pocket, lighting it with a snap of his fingers. "Now, what brings the greatest wizard of our age to our humble abode?" "Wait, let me guess, you're here about young Harry." "Indeed I am," Dumbledore confirmed, his expression growing serious. "I must admit, I am quite concerned. I had made arrangements for Harry to be taken to his mother's sister, the Dursleys." Gomez wrinkled his nose in distaste. "Dreadful people. No appreciation for the macabre whatsoever. I met them at Lily and James' wedding. The woman looked like she'd swallowed a lemon, and the man resembled an angry walrus without the charm." Dumbledore sighed. "Be that as it may, they are Harry's blood relatives. The protection Lily left in her sacrifice would be strongest there." "Ah, but that's where things get interesting." Gomez gestured expansively with his cigar. "You see, something rather unexpected happened last night." "Tish. Darling. Professor Dumbledore is here about Harry." Morticia appeared from a side room, gliding toward them with Harry in her arms. The baby was awake, green eyes bright as he played with a strand of Morticia's long black hair. "Headmaster," she greeted with a slight inclination of her head. "What a pleasant surprise." Dumbledore's eyes fixed on Harry, a mixture of relief and concern evident in his expression. "Mrs. Addams. I see young Harry appears to be well." "He's adjusting splendidly," Morticia confirmed. "He's already developed quite an attachment to Wednesday's pet spider." Before Dumbledore could respond to this concerning statement, the sound of footsteps drew his attention to a side hallway. His eyes widened in shock as Bellatrix Lestrange entered, followed by a semi-transparent figure that could only be Voldemort. Dumbledore breathed, his wand appearing in his hand with remarkable speed for a man of his age. "Peace, Headmaster," Morticia said calmly. "They're guests." "Guests?" Dumbledore repeated incredulously. "Madam, these individuals are part of a rather complex magical situation," Gomez finished for him. You see, we all participated in an ancient binding ritual last night, quite by accident, I assure you, and now we're all magically obligated to protect young Harry here. Dumbledore lowered his wand slightly, though he kept it ready. Explain. Voldemort's wraith drifted forward. Dumbledore, we meet again. Under most unexpected circumstances. Tom, Dumbledore acknowledged coolly. You appear to be not quite yourself. A temporary setback. Voldemort's spectral form seemed to straighten with pride. The boy did not defeat me completely. We dueled for custody of Harry, Morticia explained, bouncing the baby gently as he began to fuss. But before a winner could be declared, an ancient magic took hold. It seems Lily Potter's sacrifice created a foundation that our family magic built upon. The circle bound us all to the boy's protection, Gomez added. Fascinating bit of spellwork. I haven't seen anything like it since Great Aunt Slaughter's 7-way blood pact with those vampire covens in 1738. Dumbledore's sharp mind was already analyzing the implications. A magical binding to protect Harry? Involving all of you? His gaze shifted from the Addamses to Voldemort and Bellatrix, who stood apart, clearly uncomfortable. We didn't choose this. Bellatrix muttered, rubbing her chest where the silver light had entered her. Magic often has its own agenda, Dumbledore mused. May I? He gestured toward Harry. Morticia hesitated only briefly before allowing Dumbledore to examine the child. The old wizard gently touched Harry's forehead, murmuring spells under his breath. A faint silver glow emanated from the lightning scar, matching similar glows that briefly appeared in the chests of Gomez, Morticia, Bellatrix, and Voldemort's spectral form. Extraordinary, Dumbledore whispered. I've never seen anything quite like it. The protection Lily created has somehow expanded, enveloping all of you in its magic. We tried to resist. Voldemort said, his red eyes fixed on Harry. But the magic was too strong. Even I could not break it. And now we're one big happy family. Gomez declared, slapping Voldemort's spectral shoulder, or attempting to, his hand passing partially through the wraith. Oops, sorry about that, old man. Still getting used to your current state. Dumbledore straightened, his expression grave. I had intended to place Harry with his aunt and uncle for his protection. The blood wards would have been inferior to what we now have, Morticia interrupted gently. Look at him, Professor. The magic has already strengthened him. Indeed, Harry's scar seemed less inflamed than it had been just hours before, and his eyes were bright and alert as they darted between the adults surrounding him. I must consider what is best for the boy, Dumbledore said, though with less conviction than before. Consider this, Gomez suggested. For powerful magical guardians, including the very wizard who sought to kill him, now magically bound to protect him. What could be safer? It's rather elegantly ironic, Morticia added. The one who marked him as an enemy is now compelled to be his protector. Voldemort made a sound that might have been a derisive laugh. Do not mistake this binding for affection, Dumbledore. When I regain my body, I will find a way to break it. The silver light pulsed within him as soon as the words left him, causing his spectral form to flicker painfully. You see, Gomez pointed out cheerfully. The magic itself enforces the protection. Brilliant system, really. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. This is most unexpected. The prophecy spoke of a power the Dark Lord knows not, perhaps this is part of it. Prophecy? Morticia inquired, her interest piqued. Dumbledore hesitated. It is not something to be discussed lightly. Oh, but we're all family now, Gomez insisted. No secrets among family, Voldemort. The Dark Lord's wraith merely glowered. Before Dumbledore could respond, a crash from upstairs was followed by Wednesday's monotone voice calling down, Father, Pugsley put one of the baby's toys in the meat grinder again. Gomez checked his watch. Right on schedule. That boy has his mother's timing. Dumbledore seemed to come to a decision. I will need to consult certain magical authorities about this situation. In the meantime, he fixed Voldemort with a penetrating stare. I trust the binding will prevent any unfortunate incidents. It seems to prevent direct harm. Voldemort confirmed reluctantly. Though I make no promises about the future. The future has a way of surprising us all, Dumbledore said mildly. For now, I will respect the magic that has bound you all to Harry's protection. But I will be watching closely. Splendid. Gomez clapped his hands together. Will you stay for breakfast, headmaster? Grandmama's making her famous toadstool omelets. I'm afraid I must decline, Dumbledore said, taking a step back. I have much to consider and arrange. I will return soon to check on young Harry's welfare. You're always welcome in our home, Morticia assured him. Though I would recommend avoiding the third-floor corridor on Wednesdays. That's when the carnivorous curtains get particularly peckish. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled despite the gravity of the situation. I shall bear that in mind, Mrs. Addams. He turned to leave, then paused. One more thing, the wizarding world believes Voldemort to be defeated. It would be prudent to maintain that belief for now. Our lips are sealed, Gomez promised, miming locking his mouth and throwing away the key. Though we may need to explain our new houseguests somehow. Distant relatives, Morticia suggested smoothly. The wizarding community is accustomed to the Addams family's eccentricities. Indeed they are, Dumbledore agreed with a small smile. Good day to you all. With a nod to each of them, including, remarkably, Voldemort and Bellatrix, he departed. As the front door closed behind him, Gomez turned to the others with a broad grin. Well, that went swimmingly. Now, who's hungry? Master, Bellatrix whispered urgently to Voldemort. What are we going to do? We can't stay with these people. For now, we have no choice. Voldemort's wraith seemed resigned. The binding prevents direct opposition. We must adapt, observe, and wait. That's the spirit. Gomez clapped his hands together. And while you're waiting and observing, you can join in the family activities. Fencing lessons, explosive experiments, graveyard picnics, we Addamses know how to live. Or not live, as the case may be, Morticia added with a small smile, cradling Harry against her. Come, breakfast will be ready soon. And I believe we all have much to discuss about our new arrangement. As they made their way toward the dining room, none of them noticed the small, scrawny rat watching from the shadows, its beady eyes fixed on the baby in Morticia's arms. The rat's front paw was missing a toe, and there was something decidedly unrodent-like about its calculating gaze. With the soft patter of tiny feet, it scurried away, slipping through a crack in the wall and vanishing from sight. Breakfast at the Addams mansion was an experience that even Bellatrix Lestrange, no stranger to the macabre, found disturbing. The long dining table was set with silver candelabras holding black candles, their flames an unnatural blue. The china was elegant but featured detailed paintings of various torture methods from throughout history. And the food. More eyeball eggs, Voldemort. Grandmama cackled, holding out a platter of what appeared to be ordinary eggs but with yolks that somehow resembled staring eyes. The Dark Lord's wraith hovered near the table, unable to eat but seemingly compelled by the binding to participate in family activities. No, thank you. They're duck eggs with a simple transfiguration charm, Morticia explained, cutting a small piece of something dark and squirming for Harry, who sat in an ornate high chair beside her. Mother has always had a flair for presentation. Bellatrix pushed her plate away. I'm not hungry. Nonsense. Gomez declared through a mouthful of what he had cheerfully informed them was vulture bacon. Growing dark witches need their strength. Especially now that we'll be training together. Training? Bellatrix's head snapped up. What training? Well, we'll need to coordinate our protection of young Harry, of course, Gomez explained. Different shifts, security protocols, emergency evacuation plans, standard Addams family childcare arrangements. I will not be taking shifts, Voldemort stated flatly. The silver binding light pulsed in his spectral chest, causing him to wince. The binding seems to disagree, Morticia observed, dabbing Harry's mouth with a napkin as the baby happily gummed a piece of the squirming food. It appears we all have responsibilities now. Wednesday, who had been silently dissecting her breakfast, looked up at Voldemort. If you're a Dark Lord, where's your crown? The question seemed to catch Voldemort off guard. Dark Lords don't wear crowns. Then how do people know you're in charge? She pressed, her expression never changing. Fear, power, respect. Voldemort listed. Wednesday considered this. Our pet alligator has those things. Is he a Dark Lord too? Pugsley snorted into his juice. Good one, Wednesday. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, the silver binding pulsed again, reminding him of his limitations. Your daughter is impertinent, he told Gomez. Isn't she wonderful? Gomez beamed with fatherly pride. Gets it from her mother's side. The Frump women have always had a talent for cutting straight to the heart of matters, sometimes literally, in the case of Great Aunt Bloodletter. Bellatrix, who had been sullenly pushing food around her plate, suddenly looked up. There's something outside the window. Everyone turned to look at the tall dining room windows, where a large barn owl was indeed perched on the sill, a newspaper clutched in its beak. Ah, the Daily Prophet. Gomez rose to let the owl in. Always good to keep up with current events. The owl swooped in, dropped the newspaper on the table, and immediately flew back out, seemingly eager to escape the mansion. Gomez unfolded the paper and whistled. Well, well. We've made the front page. The headline screamed in bold black letters, WHO defeated. Baby boy survives killing curse. Below was a picture of the partially destroyed Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow, along with a smaller photo of James and Lily Potter from what appeared to be their wedding day. In a shocking turn of events, Gomez read aloud, he who must not be named was reportedly vanquished last night in Godric's Hollow, where he attempted to kill the Potter family. While James and Lily Potter tragically lost their lives in the attack, their one-year-old son, Harry, somehow survived the killing curse, which rebounded upon its caster, destroying you-know-who instead. The boy, now being called the boy who lived, has reportedly been taken to a secure location by Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. Voldemort's wraith drifted closer, reading over Gomez's shoulder. They believe. I am destroyed. Excellent news. Gomez folded the paper with a flourish. That gives us time to sort things out without interference. Bellatrix looked stricken. The other Death Eaters will think the Dark Lord is gone. They'll scatter, go into hiding. Or claim they were under the Imperious curse, Morticia added knowingly. Self-preservation is a powerful motivator. My followers are loyal. Voldemort insisted, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Gomez raised an eyebrow. Are they? Well, I suppose we'll find out. Those truly loyal will seek you out, while the rest. He shrugged. Perhaps they weren't worth keeping anyway. A crisis always reveals one's true friends, Morticia agreed, lifting Harry from his high chair as he began to fuss. Speaking of friends, we should expect visitors soon. Once word spreads that we have Harry. As if summoned by her words, a silver Patronus in the shape of a wolf materialized in the center of the dining room. Gomez, Morticia, the Patronus spoke in a tired male voice. I've just heard about James and Lily. Please tell me it's not true. And if it is, what's happened to Harry? I'm coming to you as soon as I can. The Patronus dissolved, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Lupin, Bellatrix spat. The werewolf. Remus. Gomez exclaimed cheerfully. Excellent fellow. Taught me that fascinating hex that turns your opponent's kneecaps backward. Very effective in dueling. A werewolf is coming here. Voldemort observed, his red eyes glinting with interest. Remus Lupin was one of James Potter's closest friends, Morticia explained, bouncing Harry gently as he began to whimper. He has as much right as anyone to see that Harry is safe. And he gives the most delightful piggyback rides on full moons, Wednesday added without changing her expression. Last time he visited, he ate Pugsley's pet rabbit. It was awesome. Pugsley confirmed enthusiastically. Bellatrix looked horrified. You let a werewolf near your children during the full moon? Of course, Morticia seemed surprised by the question. Children need to learn about magical creatures firsthand. It builds character. And scars. Pugsley added, rolling up his sleeve to reveal what looked like bite marks on his forearm. See? He got me good last time. Just a nip, Gomez assured Bellatrix, who looked genuinely shocked. The Wolfsbane potion keeps Remus mostly aware of himself. And the children know to play gentle with him when he's transformed. Voldemort and Bellatrix exchanged looks that clearly communicated their growing belief that the Addams family was even more deranged than previously thought. Well, this is perfect timing. Gomez clapped his hands together. Remus can be part of our protection detail for Harry. A werewolf guard would be an excellent deterrent for anyone thinking of harming the boy. I will not work with a werewolf. Voldemort stated flatly. The binding pulsed again, more painfully this time, causing his spectral form to flicker like a faulty light. The binding seems rather insistent, Morticia observed. Perhaps it would be easier to cooperate, Lord Voldemort. Fighting it only appears to cause you discomfort. Voldemort's wraith seemed to swell with anger, but before he could respond, a noise from the foyer caught everyone's attention. Master Gomez. Mistress Morticia. Creature came scurrying into the dining room, his eyes wide. There are Aurors at the gate. At least a dozen of them, led by that blood traitor Alastair Moody. Bellatrix leapt to her feet. We need to hide. If they find us, nonsense. Gomez waved dismissively. The wards won't let them in without our permission. And besides, we have nothing to hide. Nothing to hide. Bellatrix gestured wildly at Voldemort. The Dark Lord is in your dining room. Ah, but according to the prophet, Voldemort was destroyed last night, Gomez pointed out with a grin. Our guest here is clearly someone else entirely. Morticia rose gracefully, Harry in her arms. I believe it's time to test our new arrangement. Lord Voldemort, Bellatrix, if you would accompany us to the drawing room. The rest of the family should remain here and finish breakfast. But I want to see the Aurors. Pugsley protested. Maybe they'll blast someone. Another time, dear, Morticia promised. This is a matter for Harry's guardians to handle. With obvious reluctance, Voldemort's wraith drifted after Morticia, the binding compelling him to follow where Harry went. Bellatrix, looking like she might bolt at any moment, trailed behind. In the grand drawing room, with its velvet drapes and distinctly medieval decor, Morticia positioned herself in a high-backed chair, Harry on her lap. Gomez stood behind her, one hand resting on the hilt of a decorative sword hanging at his belt. Voldemort's wraith hovered near the fireplace, partially concealed in the shadows, while Bellatrix paced nervously. Stop that, Gomez told her. You look guilty. Sit down and try to look bored instead. Bellatrix glared but perched on the edge of an ornate sofa. This is madness. They'll recognize me. Will they? Morticia raised an eyebrow. Creature, bring our guest something suitable to wear. And perhaps a glamour potion from Mother's cabinet. The house elf bowed and disappeared with a crack. Gomez pulled a lever disguised as a candlestick, causing a section of the wall to slide open, revealing a large mirror. Lord Voldemort, if you could position yourself behind this. It's a two-way mirror, you can see and hear everything, but from the other side, it appears to be an ordinary decorative piece. Voldemort considered the suggestion, then drifted behind the mirror as Gomez closed the hidden panel. His red eyes could still be faintly seen glowing in the glass, but only if one knew to look for them. Creature reappeared with a black velvet dress and a small vial of potion, which he presented to Bellatrix. For Mistress Bellatrix. The glamour will change your appearance slightly, enough to confuse those who don't know you well. Bellatrix took the items and disappeared behind a screen in the corner of the room. When she emerged, her wild black hair had been tamed into an elegant updo, and her features seemed softer, less manic. The velvet dress, with its high collar and long sleeves, gave her the appearance of a respectable pure-blood lady rather than a fanatical Death Eater. Acceptable, Morticia approved. Now, remember, you are my distant cousin visiting from the continent. You arrived yesterday to help care for the children. This will never work, Bellatrix muttered, though she straightened her posture and composed her features into a mask of aristocratic indifference. Trust in the Addams charm, Gomez winked at her. We've been confounding authorities for generations. A loud knock echoed through the mansion. Moments later, Lurch appeared at the drawing-room door. He groaned, gesturing behind him. Show them in, Lurch, Morticia instructed. And have Thing prepare tea. Lurch nodded solemnly and disappeared, returning moments later with a group of stern-faced wizards led by a man whose face was a map of scars, one eye replaced by a magical blue orb that swiveled independently of its counterpart. Alastair Moody. Gomez greeted the lead Auror with enthusiasm. It's been too long. How's that cursed leg holding up? I still have the counter-hex if you're interested. Moody's magical eye swiveled to fix on Gomez. Addams. Should have known you'd be mixed up in this somehow. His normal eye focused on Harry in Morticia's arms. So it's true. You have the Potter boy. Harry is our ward now, Morticia confirmed, adjusting the baby on her lap so Moody could see him clearly. As his closest magical relatives on his mother's side, we've taken him in following the tragic events of last night. Moody's magical eye roamed around the room, pausing briefly on Bellatrix and the mirror concealing Voldemort. And who might you be, madam? Bellatrix inclined her head regally. Elladora Black, cousin to Morticia from the continental branch of the family. I arrived yesterday to assist with the children. Moody's eye narrowed suspiciously, but before he could respond, another Auror stepped forward, a young woman with short pink hair. Is that really him? Harry Potter. The boy who lived. She leaned closer, examining Harry's forehead. Look at that scar. Just like the report said. Tonks, maintain your professionalism, Moody growled. We're here on official ministry business. Nymphadora Tonks. Gomez exclaimed. Andromeda's girl. My, how you've grown. Last time I saw you, you were turning your nose into a pig's snout to entertain the guests at the family reunion. The young Auror blushed. It's just Tonks, please. And yeah, that sounds like me. She smiled at Harry, her hair spontaneously changing from pink to blue as she waved at him. Harry giggled and reached for her, fascinated by the transformation. A metamorphmagus, Morticia noted with approval. A rare and valuable talent. You must come visit properly sometime, Nymphadora. Wednesday would be fascinated by your abilities. Moody cleared his throat impatiently. We're not here for a family reunion. The ministry sent us to investigate reports that Harry Potter was brought here after surviving the attack that killed his parents. As you can see, Harry is perfectly safe and well cared for, Morticia gestured to the healthy, alert baby on her lap. Albus Dumbledore himself visited this morning and approved of our guardianship. Dumbledore was here. Moody seemed surprised. He didn't mention that when he sent us to check on the boy. Perhaps he wanted an independent assessment, Gomez suggested. Very thorough, Dumbledore. We've nothing to hide, of course. Harry will be raised with all the love and care the Addams family is known for. Several of the Aurors exchanged concerned glances at this statement, clearly familiar with the Addams reputation. Moody's magical eye continued to scan the room restlessly. Something feels off here. There's magic I don't recognize. Our home is full of ancient enchantments, Morticia explained smoothly. Some dating back to the original Addams who came to England with William the Conqueror. They can be unsettling to visitors. It's more than that, Moody insisted, his eye fixing on the mirror concealing Voldemort. What's behind there? Gomez stepped forward casually, positioning himself between Moody and the mirror. Just a family heirloom. A portal mirror from the Black Forest. Completely harmless unless you say the activation phrase, which I certainly won't do with so many people in the room. Last time it was activated, it sucked in 3 guests and a poodle. The guests returned eventually, but the poodle came back inside out. Fascinating biological phenomenon. Moody looked far from convinced, but Tonks had moved closer to Morticia and was now making faces at Harry, who was laughing delightedly. He seems happy enough, she observed. And healthy. No signs of distress that I can see. Of course he's healthy, Bellatrix said in her most aristocratic tone. The Addams family takes excellent care of their own. Moody's eye swiveled to fix on her. You seem familiar, Madam Black. Have we met before? I doubt it, Bellatrix replied coolly. I've spent most of my life in Romania, studying dragons. I rarely visit England. Romania, eh? Moody looked skeptical. Know a fellow named Karkaroff, by any chance? Bellatrix's expression never wavered. I make it a point not to know too many people, or Moody. It complicates life unnecessarily. Morticia stood, effectively ending the interrogation. Gentlemen, ladies, I'm sure you can see that Harry is well and thriving. We appreciate your concern, but it has been a long night, and Harry needs his rest. Perhaps you could continue your investigation another time. Moody looked like he wanted to argue, but a small hand suddenly scuttled across the floor and tugged at his robes. The grizzled Auror jumped back, wand instantly in hand. What in Merlin's name? That's just thing, Gomez explained cheerfully. Our loyal friend and helper. He's brought tea. He gestured to a tea tray that had mysteriously appeared on a side table, the disembodied hand now arranging cups and saucers. Several of the Aurors looked distinctly uncomfortable at the sight of the animated hand. Moody's magical eye didn't leave it as he took a step toward the door. We'll be reporting back to the ministry that the boy is safe, he said gruffly. But this isn't the end of it, Addams. There are procedures for magical guardianship, especially in high-profile cases like this. Of course, Gomez agreed amicably. We'll cooperate fully with any official processes. We want what's best for Harry, after all. As the Aurors filed out, Tonks lingered behind for a moment. Is it true what they're saying? She asked in a low voice. That you know who is really gone? The papers seem to think so, Gomez replied carefully. And who are we to argue with the press? Tonks nodded, her expression solemn. It's just hard to believe it's finally over. And that a baby could have. She glanced at Harry. Well, he's special, isn't he? More than anyone knows, Morticia said softly, stroking Harry's hair. With a final nod, Tonks hurried after her colleagues. The moment the front door closed behind them, Bellatrix sagged onto the sofa, looking exhausted. That was too close, she hissed. Moody suspects something. Moody suspects everyone and everything, Gomez dismissed her concern. It's what makes him such an effective Auror. But without evidence, there's nothing he can do. Voldemort's wraith emerged from behind the mirror. The ministry will be a problem. We should relocate, somewhere less visible. Nonsense. Gomez clapped his hands together. The Addams mansion is the safest place for Harry, and for you, in your current state. The wards here are ancient and powerful. No one can enter without permission, and certain areas are unplottable. Besides, Morticia added, the binding seems to want us all together. I suspect it would cause considerable discomfort if we attempted to separate. As if to prove her point, the silver light pulsed briefly in all of them. I hate to admit it, but they're right, Master, Bellatrix said reluctantly. We need time for you to regain your strength, and this place is, well protected, if nothing else. And full of dark artifacts, that might prove useful. Voldemort conceded, his red eyes scanning the room with new interest. That's the spirit. Gomez enthused. Now, who's up for a tour of the dungeons? We've got an Iron Maiden that just came back from restoration, the spikes are sharper than ever. Before anyone could respond to this disturbing invitation, a commotion from the foyer drew their attention. Raised voices echoed through the mansion, followed by the sound of something, or someone, being thrown against a wall. Stay here, Gomez instructed, drawing his wand. Sounds like we have another visitor, and this one isn't waiting for an invitation. He strode toward the door, but before he could reach it, it burst open, revealing a wild-eyed man with unkempt black hair and a face contorted with grief and rage. He held Lurch at one point, though the butler looked more annoyed than threatened. Sirius! Gomez exclaimed. Cousin! What a delightful surprise! Sirius Black's furious gaze swept the room, landing on Harry in Morticia's arms. Give me my godson, he demanded, his voice hoarse with emotion. I'm taking him away from here. Now. Bellatrix shrank back into the shadows, her hand instinctively covering her face. But Sirius had already seen her, his eyes widening in shock and renewed fury. Bellatrix. You dare, I'll kill you. He raised his wand, a curse on his lips. Gomez moved faster than anyone could follow, suddenly positioned between Sirius and Bellatrix, his own wand at the ready. Now, cousin. That's no way to greet family. Especially when we're all on the same side. Sirius laughed, a harsh, broken sound. The same side? With her? She's Voldemort's most loyal servant. Morticia corrected gently, standing with Harry held protectively against her. Things have changed rather dramatically in the last 12 hours, Sirius. Perhaps if you'd calm down, we could explain. Explain? Sirius's voice rose hysterically. James and Lily are dead. Betrayed by that rat Pettigrew. And you want me to calm down when I find their son in the same room as Bellatrix Lestrange? The silver binding suddenly pulsed, visible to everyone as it connected Harry to his 4 guardians, including the hidden Voldemort, whose wraith was revealed by the glowing light. Sirius staggered backward, his face draining of color. No, it can't be. He's supposed to be dead. Reports of my demise were somewhat exaggerated. Voldemort said dryly, his red eyes fixed on Sirius. Sirius raised his wand again, a killing curse forming on his lips, but before he could cast it, the binding flared brightly. Everyone connected to it, Gomez, Morticia, Bellatrix, and Voldemort, moved simultaneously to shield Harry, a reflex they couldn't control. What the hell is going on? Sirius demanded, his wand hand trembling. That's what we've been trying to tell you, Gomez said reasonably. We're all bound to protect Harry now. Even them. Sirius shook his head in disbelief. That's impossible. Voldemort tried to kill him. And failed, spectacularly. Voldemort admitted, his wraith drifting closer. The boy survived, my killing curse, and I was, reduced to this form. Then Gomez and I arrived and dueled them for custody of Harry, Morticia continued the explanation. But before either side could win, an ancient magic took hold, a combination of Lily's sacrifice and the Addams family protection spells. It bound all 4 of us to Harry's protection. It's true, cousin, Bellatrix spoke up, her voice lacking its usual manic edge. Believe me, I'm not happy about it either. But the binding is real. We physically cannot harm the boy now. Sirius lowered his wand slightly, confusion warring with fury on his face. This is madness. Welcome to the Addams family, Gomez declared cheerfully. Madness is our specialty. Sirius's gaze returned to Harry, who was watching the proceedings with bright, curious eyes. I'm his godfather, he said quietly. James and Lily wanted me to raise him if anything happened to them. And so you shall be part of his life, Morticia assured him. The binding doesn't exclude others who love him. In fact, I believe it would welcome them. You expect me to cooperate with, Sirius gestured wildly at Voldemort and Bellatrix, them? After what they've done. The binding gives us little choice but to cooperate with each other, Morticia explained. It's rather insistent about it, as Lord Voldemort has discovered. The Dark Lord's wraith flickered irritably. Much as it pains me, to admit, she is correct. Sirius ran a hand through his disheveled hair, looking overwhelmed. I came here to take Harry away. To keep him safe. And he is safe, Gomez assured him. Safer than he would be anywhere else. Think about it, the very wizard who wanted him dead is now magically compelled to protect him. It's the perfect defense. This is insane, Sirius muttered, but his wand hand had dropped to his side. Completely insane. Sanity is vastly overrated, Morticia said with a small smile. Would you like to hold your godson, Sirius? He's been very brave through all of this. Sirius hesitated, then nodded, holstering his wand. Morticia crossed to him and gently placed Harry in his arms. The baby immediately reached for Sirius's face, patting his cheek as if trying to comfort him. Hey there, little prongs, Sirius whispered, his voice thick with emotion. I'm so sorry I wasn't there to protect your mum and dad. You're here now, Gomez said, placing a hand on Sirius's shoulder. That's what matters. Harry needs all of us, his peculiar new family. Sirius looked up, his eyes red-rimmed but determined. I don't trust them, he nodded toward Voldemort and Bellatrix. I never will. Trust is earned, Morticia acknowledged. But the binding ensures they cannot harm Harry, whatever their personal feelings might be. And who knows? Gomez added with typical Addams optimism. Perhaps in time, even the darkest hearts can be changed by a child's love. Stranger things have happened in this family. Voldemort made a derisive noise, but the binding pulsed warningly, causing him to fall silent. Sirius looked down at Harry, who had settled contentedly in his arms, tiny fingers grasping at his godfather's robes. I won't leave him, he said firmly. Whatever this binding is, whatever it means, I'm staying with Harry. Excellent. Gomez beamed. Another addition to our protection detail. We'll need to prepare a room for you, of course. The one next to the observatory should do nicely, minimal ghost activity and only one trapdoor to watch out for. Sirius blinked, momentarily distracted from his grief and anger. Trapdoor. To the alligator pit, Gomez explained casually. But don't worry, they rarely climb stairs. Usually. As Sirius tried to process this disturbing information, another commotion erupted from the foyer. Now what? Bellatrix muttered. The drawing room door opened again, revealing a tall, thin man with light brown hair streaked prematurely with gray. His clothes were shabby and worn, his face lined with exhaustion and grief. Remus. Gomez greeted the newcomer warmly. You've arrived just in time to join the family meeting. Remus Lupin froze in the doorway, taking in the bizarre tableau before him, Sirius holding Harry, Voldemort's wraith hovering near the fireplace, Bellatrix lurking in the shadows, and the Addamses looking as if this were all perfectly normal. What, Remus said slowly, his voice dangerously calm, is going on here? It's a long story, Moony, Sirius replied wearily. Involving ancient magic, binding spells, and the Addams family's unique approach to childcare. I suggest we all sit down, Morticia said, gesturing to the seats around the room. This explanation may take some time. Creature, more tea, please. And perhaps something stronger for our new guests. As the unlikely group arranged themselves around the drawing room, the silver binding pulsed gently, connecting them all to the child at the center of their strange new alliance. Harry Potter, unaware of the extraordinary circumstances of his new guardianship, dozed off in his godfather's arms, peaceful despite the storm of dark magic and complex emotions swirling around him. Outside the mansion, the skies darkened as a thunderstorm approached, lightning flashing across the horizon, a fitting backdrop to the beginning of what promised to be the most unusual childhood in wizarding history. Chapter 2, Strange Bedfellows. No, no, no. You're gripping it all wrong. Gomez's voice echoed through the mansion's east wing fencing hall. The wand is an extension of your arm, not a separate tool. Feel the magic flow through you into it. Voldemort's semi-corporeal form flickered with irritation. After 3 weeks in the Addams mansion, his spectral body had gained more substance, though he remained translucent and unable to affect the physical world except through magic. I have wielded a wand for over 50 years. I do not need instruction from you, Addams. Gomez laughed, twirling his own wand between his fingers. 50 years of the same technique. No wonder you got stuck in a rut. Magic is alive, old boy. It needs to breathe, to dance. He demonstrated with a flourish, sending a shower of blue sparks spiraling through the air in a complex pattern that formed, briefly, into the shape of a dancing skeleton before dissipating. Showmanship, Voldemort scoffed, though his red eyes tracked the display with unmistakable interest. Magical power is about control, not theatrics. Says the wizard who called himself Lord and gathered followers in skull masks. Gomez shot back with a grin. If that's not theatrical, I don't know what is. Before Voldemort could respond, a high-pitched giggle echoed through the room. Harry sat on a cushioned mat in the corner, clapping his hands as blue and green sparks erupted spontaneously from his fingertips. At 15 months old, the boy had grown noticeably in the weeks since Halloween, his black hair wilder than ever and his green eyes bright with intelligence beyond his years. The child's magic develops rapidly, Voldemort observed, drifting closer to Harry. Unusually so for his age. The binding seems to be accelerating his growth, Gomez agreed, kneeling beside the boy. Magnificent, isn't it? Just yesterday he turned all of Wednesday's dolls' heads backward. She was thrilled. Harry looked up at Voldemort without fear, reaching toward the spectral form with curious fingers. A tendril of silver binding magic stretched between them, visible for a moment before fading. He senses our connection, Voldemort said quietly. The fragment of my soul within his scar calls to me. Gomez's eyebrows shot up. Soul fragment, you say? Fascinating. You mean you've created Horcruxes? Voldemort's wraith recoiled slightly. You know of such magic? My dear fellow, the Addams family library contains texts that would make your hair curl, if you currently had any. Gomez twirled his mustache thoughtfully. Great-Uncle Blackheart was particularly fascinated by soul magic. Split himself into 7 pieces back in 1738. Made family reunions rather awkward when all the pieces showed up claiming the best chair. For perhaps the first time since arriving at the mansion, Voldemort seemed genuinely surprised. Your family practices soul magic, for amusement. Among other reasons, Gomez shrugged. Immortality has never been our primary concern, we Addamses tend to enjoy death as much as life. Both are grand adventures, after all. Harry suddenly frowned in concentration, and with a pop, a toy snitch materialized in his hands. He giggled in delight, showing it to Gomez. Did you see that? Wandless conjuration. Gomez scooped the boy up, twirling him around. Harry, my boy, you're a natural. Morticia will be so proud. Voldemort watched the display with a mixture of irritation and reluctant fascination. The power comes from the binding. He draws on all our magical abilities. All the more reason to expand your repertoire, wouldn't you say? Gomez set Harry back down and returned to his dueling stance. Again, from the beginning. This time, try to feel the joy in the magic. Joy, Voldemort repeated the word as if it were in a foreign language. Magic is about power, not joy. And there's your fundamental mistake. Gomez exclaimed. The greatest power comes from emotion, not its absence. You've spent decades suppressing your humanity, but magic, true magic, flows from it. Before Voldemort could argue, the door to the fencing hall burst open. Bellatrix stood there, her appearance markedly different from the wild-haired fanatic who had arrived weeks ago. Her hair was now elegantly styled, her clothes no longer the tattered robes of Azkaban but a sleek black dress that complemented her figure while maintaining the Gothic aesthetic of the Addams household. Master, she addressed Voldemort, though with less of the cringing devotion she had once shown. Morticia requests your presence in the conservatory. She believes she's found a potion that might help stabilize your form. Excellent. Gomez clapped his hands together. Tish has been working on that brew for days. Crushed mandrake root and essence of spectre, if I recall correctly. With powdered basilisk fang, Bellatrix added. I helped her source the ingredients. Voldemort nodded. Very well. Continue practicing with the boy, Bellatrix. His wandless abilities show promise. As Voldemort drifted from the room, Gomez raised an eyebrow at Bellatrix. Sourced the ingredients, eh? I didn't realize you and my wife had become potions partners. Bellatrix lifted her chin defensively. Morticia understands the value of proper ingredient preparation. Unlike some of the fumbling idiots I've worked with in the past. She is magnificent with a silver knife, Gomez agreed dreamily. The way she slices mandrake root, so precise, so elegant. It makes my heart race just thinking about it. Bellatrix rolled her eyes, but there was less venom in the gesture than there would have been weeks ago. You Addamses are strange even by dark wizard standards. We'll take that as a compliment. Gomez picked up Harry, who had begun to fuss. I believe it's time for this young wizard's lunch. Care to join us in the dining room? Grandmama mentioned something about vulture consommé. I'll pass, Bellatrix said dryly. I promised Wednesday I'd help her with her poison collection this afternoon. The girl has a natural talent for toxins. Gomez beamed with pride. Just like her mother. Did she show you her latest creation? Extracted from the Brazilian wandering spider and mixed with nightshade. One drop produces the most extraordinary hallucinations before total organ failure. She did, Bellatrix admitted, a reluctant smile tugging at her lips. It was impressive for a child her age. The Addams blood runs true. Gomez declared, bouncing Harry on his hip. The boy reached for Bellatrix with curious fingers. After a moment's hesitation, she allowed him to grasp her index finger. He's stronger than he looks, she observed as Harry gripped her with surprising force. Addams' influence already, Gomez said proudly. Soon he'll be wrestling the alligator with Pugsley. Bellatrix withdrew her finger with a frown. The Dark Lord believes the boy draws power from all of us through the binding. It's why his magical development is accelerated. A theory worth exploring, Gomez agreed. Perhaps we should test the limits of this connection. A friendly competition, maybe. See whose magical affinity he picks up fastest. This isn't a game, Addams, Bellatrix snapped, though with less heat than her words suggested. The boy's magical development could have serious implications for all of us. Everything's a game if you have the right attitude. Gomez countered cheerfully. Besides, Harry seems to be enjoying his unusual upbringing. Look at that smile. Indeed, the boy was grinning widely, his green eyes bright as he patted Gomez's mustache with curious fingers. Bellatrix watched them for a moment, her expression unreadable. I need to go. Wednesday will be waiting. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. Tell Morticia I'll join her in the conservatory after I finish with Wednesday. I want to see how the stabilization potion progresses. As she disappeared down the hallway, Gomez looked down at Harry with a knowing smile. She's warming up to us, my boy. Beneath that murderous exterior beats the heart of an Addams just waiting to emerge. Now, let's find you some lunch that won't completely terrify your godfather. Sirius still hasn't recovered from Grandmama's live spaghetti incident. The Addams Mansion Conservatory was a marvel of Gothic horticulture. Massive glass panels soared overhead, tinted dark to filter the sunlight into more agreeable shadows. Plants that had no business growing outside the deepest jungles or most forbidden forests thrived here, carnivorous vines that tracked movement, fungi that glowed with unnatural colors, and flowers whose beauty was matched only by their deadliness. At the center of this botanical nightmare, Morticia Addams worked with graceful precision, her pale fingers dancing through the preparation of ingredients laid out on a marble table. Across from her, Voldemort's wraith hovered, observing her technique with clinical interest. The powdered basilisk fong must be added gradually, Morticia explained, delicately sprinkling the glittering substance into a cauldron that bubbled with midnight blue liquid. Too much at once disrupts the binding properties of the Sphinx blood. Your knowledge of obscure potions is impressive, Voldemort admitted. Few wizards today study such ancient formulations. Morticia's red lips curved in a small smile. The Ministry prefers that certain knowledge remains forgotten. But the Addams family has always believed that all magic deserves to be preserved, regardless of arbitrary classifications of dark and light. A refreshingly practical attitude, Voldemort observed. One I share. Though perhaps for different reasons, Morticia countered gently. You seek power over others. We seek the freedom to be ourselves, to practice our family traditions without interference. The potion flashed suddenly, changing from blue to a silvery black that reminded Voldemort uncomfortably of the binding magic. There, Morticia said with satisfaction. It needs to simmer for exactly 13 minutes. Then we can test its efficacy. Voldemort drifted around the table, examining the other ingredients laid out in precise order. You've added wormwood essence. That wasn't in the original recipe you mentioned. An intuitive addition, Morticia admitted. It stabilizes the transition between spirit and physical form. I noticed it in a 16th century text on necromancy last night and thought it might help. You adapted an ancient formula, based on intuition. Voldemort's tone suggested he found the concept alien. Magic responds to intention as much as precise measurement, Morticia said, cleaning her silver knife with a black silk cloth. It's a living force with its own preferences. Before Voldemort could respond to this unorthodox perspective, the conservatory door opened. Lupin entered, carrying a tray with a silver teapot and cups. Creature mentioned you were working on a new potion, he said, carefully avoiding looking directly at Voldemort as he set the tray down. I thought you might appreciate some refreshment. How thoughtful, Remus, Morticia smiled warmly at him. Black hellebore tea. With a touch of wolfsbane, Lupin confirmed. I find it helps with the pre-full moon tension. Voldemort watched this exchange with barely concealed disdain. The wolf plays servant now. How, domestic. Lupin finally turned to face the spectral Dark Lord, his expression neutral but his eyes hard. Unlike some, I contribute to this household in ways that don't involve threats or complaints. Careful, werewolf, Voldemort warned softly. My current state is temporary. And the binding only prevents harm to the boy, not to his pets. The silver magic pulsed warningly in both of them, causing Voldemort to flicker and Lupin to wince. Interesting, Morticia observed, pouring tea as if nothing unusual had happened. The binding seems to discourage conflict between Harry's guardians, even extended ones like Remus. The magic grows more nuanced as time passes. Lupin took a deep breath, visibly calming himself. How is the stabilization potion progressing? Promisingly, Morticia replied. Though I can't guarantee the results. Soul magic is notoriously unpredictable, especially with fragmented souls. Lupin's eyes widened slightly. Fragmented soul. You mean he's created Horcruxes? Yes, Morticia confirmed calmly. Several, it seems. It's why his spirit remains earthbound despite the destruction of his body. You discuss my most guarded secrets casually, as if they were common knowledge, Voldemort said coldly. Morticia raised an elegant eyebrow. In this household, they essentially are. Great-Uncle Blackheart's 7 volumes on soul magic are required reading for Addams' children. Wednesday finished them by the time she was 6. Lupin shook his head in disbelief. Sometimes I forget just how different the Addams family is from the rest of the wizarding world. A compliment, I'm sure, Morticia smiled, stirring the potion 3 times counterclockwise. Now, the potion is nearly ready. Remus, would you mind fetching Gomez? He'll want to witness this. Of course. Lupin nodded politely and departed, clearly relieved to escape Voldemort's presence. Once they were alone again, Morticia fixed the Dark Lord with her penetrating gaze. You should make more effort with Remus and Sirius. They are important to Harry, which makes them important to all of us now. I have no interest in befriending a werewolf and a blood traitor, Voldemort said dismissively. Not friendship, necessarily, Morticia corrected. But cooperation. The binding seems to favor harmony among Harry's protectors. Fighting it only causes you pain. The binding is a magical anomaly, Voldemort insisted. One I will eventually overcome. Morticia's expression softened with something that looked dangerously like pity. You still don't understand what's happening, do you? This magic isn't just external, it's becoming part of you. Part of all of us. Before Voldemort could argue, the door burst open and Gomez bounded in, Harry in his arms and Sirius close behind. Did we miss it? Is the potion ready? Gomez asked excitedly. Perfect timing, Morticia replied, indicating the now still cauldron. The liquid inside had transformed to a mercury-like substance that seemed to shift between solid and liquid states. It's ready for testing. Harry squirmed in Gomez's arms, reaching toward the cauldron with curious fingers. Sirius quickly intercepted, taking the boy from Gomez. Maybe we should keep Harry away from experimental potions involving basilisk fang and who knows what else, he suggested dryly. Nonsense. Gomez waved dismissively. The boy has a natural affinity for the darker arts. You should have seen him this morning, conjured a toy snitch from thin air. At 15 months. The Addams influence is already showing. Sirius looked alarmed. That's not exactly reassuring, Gomez. Perhaps we should focus on the task at hand, Morticia suggested gently, ladling some of the silvery potion into a crystal goblet. Lord Voldemort, if you're ready. The wraith drifted closer to the goblet. How do you propose I consume it in this form? You don't consume it, you merge with it, Morticia explained. The potion acts as a conduit between spirit and matter. Focus your consciousness on the liquid as I recite the incantation. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed skeptically, but he positioned himself over the goblet as instructed. Morticia began to chant in a language so ancient it seemed to resist being heard, the syllables sliding away from comprehension even as they filled the air with power. The potion began to glow with the same silver light as the binding magic, tendrils reaching up toward Voldemort's spectral form. Where they touched, his translucent body became more solid, the edges more defined. It's working! Gomez exclaimed, eyes bright with excitement. Marvelous, Tish! Simply marvelous! Sirius held Harry protectively closer, watching the process with undisguised suspicion. The boy, however, seemed fascinated, reaching toward the glowing tendrils with a happy gurgle. Suddenly, the tendrils surged upward, engulfing Voldemort's wraith entirely. He made no sound, but his form contorted as if in pain or shock. The silver light intensified until it was painful to look at, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When the light faded, Voldemort stood before them, no longer a wraith but a semi-solid form that resembled his human appearance. Still translucent, but now able to interact with the physical world in limited ways. Success! Gomez declared, rushing forward to examine the transformation. How do you feel, old man? Solid enough to fence with me now? Voldemort raised his hand, flexing fingers that now had definite form. Remarkable, he murmured. Not fully corporeal, but substantial. The effect should strengthen over time, Morticia explained, examining her handiwork with professional satisfaction. Each dose builds upon the previous one. With regular applications, you might achieve near physical form within a month. Though complete restoration would require your primary soul fragment, Gomez added casually. The one currently residing in young Harry's scar. Voldemort's red eyes fixed on the boy, who stared back without fear. An unforeseen complication. One will have to address eventually, Morticia agreed. But for now, this progress should make your stay with us more comfortable. Sirius stepped forward, positioning himself between Voldemort and Harry. Let's be clear about something. This new solidity doesn't change the rules. You're still bound to protect Harry, not harm him. The binding remains intact, Voldemort confirmed, raising a hand to his chest where the silver magic pulsed visibly beneath his semi-transparent skin. The boy is safe from me, for now. Excellent. Gomez clapped his hands together. Then it's time to celebrate. Lurch has prepared a special dinner in honor of our first month as Harry's most unusual guardians. I believe there's even a cake, though knowing Grandmama, I wouldn't recommend the frosting unless you have an antidote handy. Sirius rolled his eyes but couldn't entirely suppress a smile. After a month in the Addams household, even he had begun to adapt to their peculiar brand of hospitality. Come, Harry, he said, bouncing the boy on his hip. Let's get you cleaned up for dinner. And maybe check that cake for actual poison before you get anywhere near it. As they left the conservatory, Voldemort examined his new form with clinical interest. Your wife's knowledge of obscure magic is impressive, Addams. Isn't she magnificent? Gomez sighed dreamily. The way she handles deadly poisons, the precision of her incantations, her perfect understanding of necromantic theory, it makes a man's heart race. Voldemort regarded him with something between confusion and disgust. Your fascination with death and darkness is familiar. Yet you channel it so differently. That's because we Addamses understand a fundamental truth you've missed, Gomez said, suddenly serious. Darkness isn't about destruction or domination, it's about embracing the fullness of existence, including its shadows. We don't fear death or pain, we dance with them, invite them to dinner, make them part of the family. A philosophical difference, Voldemort dismissed. One that's kept us happy for centuries while you. Gomez gestured at Voldemort's spectral form. Well, the results speak for themselves, don't they? For once, the Dark Lord had no immediate retort. Morticia glided to her husband's side, taking his arm. Shall we join the others for dinner? I believe Bellatrix was helping Wednesday prepare a special appetizer involving venomous tentacula and imported Swiss cheese. My darling, you read my mind. Gomez kissed her hand passionately. Voldemort, old boy, care to join us? Now that you're somewhat solid, you might even be able to taste Grandmama's cooking. Voldemort considered refusing, but the binding pulsed gently, encouraging him toward the family gathering. With a resigned nod, he followed the Addamses from the conservatory, his new form casting an almost solid shadow for the first time since Halloween night. Dinner at the Addams mansion had become a strangely routine affair for the unlikely household. The long table in the formal dining room accommodated the growing family, Gomez at one end, Morticia at the other, with Wednesday, Pugsley, Harry, in a high chair, Sirius, Lupin, Grandmama, and various extended family members and guests arranged between them. Voldemort, now semi-solid thanks to the potion, occupied a seat near Morticia, while Bellatrix sat across from him, between Wednesday and Pugsley. Pass the eyeballs, please, Wednesday requested in her monotone voice, holding her hand out to Bellatrix. They're not actual eyeballs, dear, Morticia clarified for Sirius's benefit, noticing his alarmed expression. Just pickled grapes with almond slivers. Mother's being creative with the presentation again. Though the sauce is made with real tears, Grandmama cackled from her seat. Collected them myself from the village children when I told them the story of the headless horseman. Sirius choked on his wine. After a month, he still hadn't fully adjusted to Addams' family cuisine. Harry, however, seemed to thrive on it. He banged his spoon happily on his high chair tray, occasional sparks of magic erupting from his fingertips. One spark hit his mashed potatoes, turning them briefly purple before they reverted to their original color. His control improves daily, Voldemort observed, watching the display with clinical interest. Though his magical outbursts remain unpredictable. That's normal for magical children his age, Lupin pointed out. Though the frequency and strength of his accidental magic is unusual. It's the binding, Bellatrix said, helping Wednesday arrange the eyeballs on her plate in a ghoulish smiley face. He draws power from all of us, especially when we're together like this. Gomez beamed proudly. Did you see what he did this morning in the fencing hall? Conjured a toy snitch from thin air. Not transfiguration, actual conjuration. That shouldn't be possible for a child his age, Sirius frowned. Even with the binding. The boy defies normal limitations, Voldemort said quietly. He always has, from the moment he survived the killing curse. An uncomfortable silence fell over the table at this reminder of how their unusual arrangement had begun. Harry, oblivious to the tension, grabbed a fistful of mashed potatoes and offered it to Thing, who had been scuttling around the table assisting with serving. The disembodied hand patted Harry's head affectionately before skittering away. Lurch, Morticia called, breaking the silence. I believe it's time for the main course. The butler groaned in acknowledgement and disappeared into the kitchen, returning moments later with a covered silver platter. He placed it at the center of the table with ceremonial precision. What fresh horror awaits us tonight? Sirius muttered to Lupin. I helped prepare it. Pugsley announced proudly. It's still moving. Sirius blanched. I think I'll stick with the bread. Lurch removed the cover with a flourish, revealing what appeared to be an ordinary roast. It looks normal, Sirius said, suspicion heavy in his voice. Of course it's normal, Gomez laughed. It's Thursday. We always have traditional fare on Thursdays. Though the meat is from our own special breed of cattle, Morticia added with a small smile. Raised on a diet of nightshade and moonflower. It gives the flesh a unique flavor and the most interesting after effects. After effects? Lupin asked warily. Nothing to worry about, Grandmama dismissed his concern. The hallucinations only last an hour or two, and the temporary paralysis is quite mild. Sirius pushed his plate away decisively. Bread it is. As Lurch served the roast, a sudden crash from outside interrupted the meal. Everyone froze, listening intently. Another crash followed, this one closer, the sound of the mansion's outer wards being tested. Company, Gomez said, his usual joviality replaced by sharp alertness. Uninvited, by the sound of it. Death Eaters, Voldemort stated with certainty. I recognize the magical signature attempting to breach the wards. Bellatrix was on her feet instantly. Which ones? Several, Voldemort's red eyes unfocused slightly as he extended his magical senses. Malfoy, both Lestrange brothers. Dolohov. Rookwood. Your devoted followers have come looking for you, Sirius said grimly, already drawing his wand. Sirius, take Harry upstairs to the nursery, Morticia instructed calmly. The protections there are strongest. Sirius nodded, scooping Harry from his high chair. The boy whined in protest, reaching back toward the table. I'll go with them, Lupin volunteered, wand already in hand. Extra protection. Wednesday, Pugsley, go with Grandmama to the panic room, Gomez directed. You know the drill, full lockdown. But father, Wednesday protested. I want to watch the fighting. I've been practicing my curses. Another time, my little viper, Gomez promised, kissing the top of her head. This isn't a training exercise. As Grandmama herded the reluctant children away, another crash shook the mansion, louder, closer. They're testing the secondary wards now, Morticia observed, rising gracefully from her chair. They're rather determined. What do they want? Bellatrix asked, looking to Voldemort. Me, he replied simply. They believe I've been captured or contained. They've come to rescue their master. How touching, Gomez twirled his mustache thoughtfully. Well, we can't have them destroying the mansion. Shall we greet our guests, Tish? Of course, darling. Morticia smoothed her dress. It would be rude not to welcome visitors, even uninvited ones. Voldemort's semi-solid form drifted forward. I will speak to them. They will obey me. Will they? Bellatrix asked softly. When they see you like this? When they learn about the binding? Voldemort's red eyes fixed on her. You doubt their loyalty? I doubt their understanding, she corrected. I didn't understand at first either. The binding changes things. The mansion shook again, plaster dust raining from the ceiling. Philosophical debates later, Gomez declared, heading for the front hall. Defense of hearth and home now. Come, my dear. Morticia glided after him, Bellatrix and Voldemort following close behind. In the grand foyer, Lurch had already taken up position by the front door, a medieval halberd clutched in his massive hands. Stand aside, Lurch, Gomez instructed. Let's see what our visitors want before we skewer them, shall we? Lurch groaned in disappointment but stepped back. Gomez approached the door just as another magical assault hit the wards, causing the stained glass windows to rattle in their frames. Creative spell combination, he noted appreciatively. Norse runic structure with Byzantine power channeling. These Death Eaters have done their homework. Morticia raised her wand. The wards will hold for now, but continued assault at that intensity will eventually breach them. Then let's not wait, Voldemort said, drifting forward. Open the door, Addams. Let me address my followers. Gomez hesitated, glancing at Morticia. She nodded slightly, her wand ready at her side. With a dramatic flourish, Gomez threw open the massive front door. Outside, on the mansion's front lawn, a group of black-robed figures stood in formation, wands raised toward the house. Their skull masks gleamed in the moonlight, giving them the appearance of animated skeletons. At the front stood a tall figure with long platinum hair visible beneath his hood, Lucius Malfoy, easily identifiable despite his mask. Ooh, dramatic entrance. Gomez approved. The masks are a bit derivative of the Knights of Walpurgis from the 1720s, but the effect is still quite striking. The Death Eaters faltered at this unexpected greeting. Malfoy lowered his wand slightly. We've come for the Dark Lord, he announced, his aristocratic voice carrying across the lawn. Release him, or we'll reduce this house to rubble. Release him? Gomez repeated, feigning confusion. My good man, no one is being held against their will here. We're all family now. Isn't that right, Voldemort? The Dark Lord drifted forward into the moonlight, his semi-transparent form clearly visible to his followers. A collective gasp rose from the assembled Death Eaters. My lord. Malfoy took a step forward, then hesitated, clearly confused by Voldemort's spectral appearance. We thought you were captured, or... I have not been captured, Lucius, Voldemort said coldly. Though my current state is, temporary. We've come to rescue you, my lord, one of the masked figures, Rodolphus Lestrange, by his voice, declared. To take you somewhere safe to recover your strength. And where is that, exactly? Bellatrix stepped into the doorway beside Voldemort, her appearance now restored enough that her husband recognized her immediately. Bella! Rodolphus cried. You're alive. We thought, when we didn't hear from you after that night, I've been exactly where I need to be, she cut him off. With our Lord. Following his commands. Confusion rippled through the Death Eaters. They looked from Bellatrix to Voldemort, then to the Addamses standing calmly in their doorway, apparently unafraid of the dark wizards on their lawn. "My lord," Malfoy said carefully. "The report said you were destroyed." "The Potter boys somehow, the reports were exaggerated," Voldemort interrupted. "As you can see, I remain changed, but not defeated." "Then come with us," Rodolphus urged. "My brother and I have prepared a safe house. Unplottable, protected by every dark ward known to wizard kind." Voldemort drifted further onto the porch. "That will not be possible." "Not yet." "Why not?" demanded another Death Eater, Dolohov, by his build. "What hold do these people have over you, my lord?" The silver binding magic pulsed suddenly, visible through Voldemort's semi-transparent form. Similar pulses appeared in Bellatrix, Gomez, and Morticia, connected by faint lines that extended back into the house, toward Harry. "What is that magic?" Malfoy asked, taking an involuntary step back. "What have they done to you?" "It's complicated," Gomez said cheerfully. "Involves ancient family magic, blood protection, and a rather unusual adoption arrangement. Perhaps you'd like to come in for drinks and we can explain." Lurch makes an excellent Bloody Mary, emphasis on the bloody. The Death Eaters exchanged uncertain glances. This was clearly not the confrontation they had expected. "My lord," Malfoy tried again. "Whatever spell binds you, we can break it. The combined knowledge of your followers, you cannot break this binding, Lucius," Voldemort stated flatly. "It is beyond your capability to understand, let alone counter." "Then let us help you in other ways," Rodolphus pleaded, looking desperately at his wife. "Bella, surely you see that our Lord needs his loyal servants, not these people." Bellatrix's expression was unreadable. "The Addamses have knowledge and resources you can't imagine, Rodolphus. Ancient magic that makes our family traditions look like children's games." "You speak as if you've joined them," Dolohov accused. "I serve the Dark Lord," Bellatrix replied sharply. "As I always have. His current situation requires adaptation." Morticia glided forward, her pale face serene in the moonlight. "Perhaps we're approaching this incorrectly. Your loyalty to Lord Voldemort is admirable. Such devotion should be respected, not rejected." Gomez nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed. The more the merrier, I always say. We have plenty of guest rooms, though the ones in the West Wing do have that pesky poltergeist problem." Voldemort raised a semi-transparent hand, silencing them. "My faithful followers, listen carefully. My current state is the result of ancient magic triggered when I attempted to kill the Potter boy. The child now resides here, protected by a binding that temporarily connects me to his well-being." The Death Eaters murmured in confusion and dismay. "This binding will not last forever," Voldemort continued. "But for now, I must remain here, gathering strength and knowledge to overcome it. Your task is to maintain our operation in the wider world, quietly, discreetly." "The wizarding world believes you destroyed, my lord," Malfoy said carefully. "Many of us have claimed the Imperius curse to avoid Azkaban." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed dangerously. "How convenient for you, Lucius." Malfoy dropped to one knee instantly. "Only to preserve our freedom to serve you when you return, my lord. To maintain our positions of influence." "A practical approach," Morticia observed. "Though lacking in the passionate loyalty Bellatrix has shown." Bellatrix straightened at this unexpected compliment, a flicker of her old pride returning to her face. "What would you have us do, my lord?" Rodolphus asked, still looking uncertainly between his wife and Voldemort. "Continue as you have been," Voldemort instructed. "Maintain your covers. Infiltrate the ministry. Gather information." His red eyes gleamed. "And search for objects I have hidden, artifacts of great importance to my eventual restoration." Malfoy's head snapped up. "The items you entrusted to some of us?" Yes, Voldemort confirmed. Ensure their safety. Their importance cannot be overstated. His Horcruxes, Gomez said helpfully, earning shocked stares from the Death Eaters and a glare from Voldemort. What? It's not like it's a secret in this household. Even the children know. Horcruxes. Malfoy repeated, his voice barely audible. Multiple ones? Perhaps we should continue this conversation inside, Morticia suggested smoothly. The neighbors might be listening, and some topics are better discussed over brandy. The Death Eaters hesitated, clearly torn between their ingrained fear of Voldemort and their confusion over the bizarre situation. Enter, Voldemort commanded, drifting back toward the door. We have much to discuss. With visible reluctance, the Death Eaters followed their spectral master into the Addams mansion. Lurch closed the massive door behind them, the sound echoing ominously through the foyer. Absolutely not. Sirius's voice echoed down the grand staircase. I won't have Death Eaters in the same house as Harry. It's insane. An hour had passed since the unexpected arrival of Voldemort's followers. They now occupied the mansion's formal sitting room, while an emergency family meeting convened in the upstairs library. They're already in the house, dear cousin, Bellatrix pointed out dryly. The question is what to do with them now. Get rid of them. Sirius insisted, pacing frantically. Harry sat on a blanket near Remus's feet, playing with magical blocks that changed color when stacked. They're murderers, torturers, no offense, he added sarcastically to Bellatrix. Full offense taken, she replied with a cold smile. Children, Gomez intervened, perched on the edge of an antique desk. Let's focus on the practical matters at hand. Voldemort's followers have found him. They know about the binding, or at least part of it. The question is, does this help or hinder our current arrangement? It complicates things significantly, Morticia said, gliding to the window to check that the protection charms remained intact. Their presence introduces new variables to Harry's protection. They could be useful, Voldemort suggested from his position near the fireplace, his semi-solid form casting flickering shadows. Additional security, resources, information from the outside world. Or they could be plotting to kidnap Harry the moment our backs are turned, Lupin countered. To break your binding by force. They would not dare defy me directly, Voldemort said with cold certainty. Wouldn't they? Sirius challenged. If they believed it was to save you from this binding? To restore their precious Dark Lord to power? Bellatrix shifted uncomfortably. He's not wrong, Master. Rodolphus and the others, they don't understand the binding. They see it as a form of imprisonment. As did you, initially, Morticia reminded her gently. And sometimes still do, Bellatrix admitted. But I've at least seen how it works, experienced its complexity. They haven't. Harry suddenly looked up from his blocks, green eyes fixed on the door. A moment later, it creaked open, and Wednesday peered in, her expression as solemn as ever. The Death Eaters are getting restless, she reported matter-of-factly. The tall one with white hair keeps trying to examine the protective runes on the windows. And the big one with the scar asked me if I wanted to see a curse that makes people's intestines come out through their noses. Wednesday. Morticia scolded gently. You know you're supposed to be in the panic room with Pugsley and Grandmama. Grandmama fell asleep, and Pugsley is dissecting the emergency rations to extract the explosives, Wednesday explained without changing expression. I got bored. Did you accept the intestine curse demonstration? Gomez asked with interest. Gomez. Sirius exclaimed in horror. What? It's educational, Gomez defended himself. I learned that particular curse when I was about her age. Fascinating spell mechanics, requires precise wand control and excellent visualization. I told him I already know that one, Wednesday replied. Great Uncle Blackheart taught me last summer. I use it on my dolls. Lupin pinched the bridge of his nose. Sometimes I forget exactly what kind of household this is. The most magnificent kind. Gomez declared, leaping to his feet. A house where dark magic is appreciated for its artistry and history. Where ancient traditions are preserved rather than feared. Where children learn intestine extracting curses before their 10th birthday, Sirius muttered. Precisely. Gomez beamed, missing the sarcasm entirely. Harry suddenly gurgled happily, raising his hands toward Wednesday. The blocks at his feet rose into the air, arranging themselves into a perfect floating castle. Everyone froze, staring at the display of advanced magic. Remarkable, Voldemort whispered, drifting closer. Controlled levitation and coordinated movement of multiple objects. At 15 months old. Wednesday watched the floating construction with a hint of approval in her otherwise expressionless face. He's getting better. Yesterday he could only make them spin in circles. The binding accelerates his magical development, Morticia observed. Each day, he draws more from all of us. Harry clapped his hands in delight, and the block castle collapsed back to the floor. He frowned momentarily, then brightened as the blocks reassembled themselves into a miniature dragon that crawled across the blanket. We can't let the Death Eaters see this, Lupin said urgently. If they realize how powerful Harry is becoming, they'll want to use him, Sirius finished grimly. Or destroy him, Bellatrix added, earning surprised looks from everyone. What? I'm being realistic. If they believe he's a threat to the Dark Lord, some of them might try to eliminate that threat, binding or no binding. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed thoughtfully. You underestimate their fear of me, Bellatrix. None would dare harm the boy if I forbid it. Are you forbidding it? Sirius demanded, stepping protectively toward Harry. The binding gives me little choice in the matter, Voldemort replied coldly. The boy's well-being is currently linked to my own. Such a romantic way of putting it, Gomez teased. Admit it, old boy, you're growing fond of our young ward. Voldemort's spectral form seemed to swell with indignation. I am Lord Voldemort. I do not grow fond of anyone, least of all the child prophesied to defeat me. The binding pulsed warningly in his chest, causing him to wince slightly. The magic disagrees, Morticia noted with a small smile. Interesting. Prophecy. Lupin's keen ears had caught the significant word. What prophecy? An uncomfortable silence fell over the room. Voldemort's red eyes fixed on Lupin with cold intensity. You overstep, werewolf. No, I think that's relevant information if we're discussing Harry's safety, Sirius backed his friend. What prophecy are you talking about? Gomez looked between them curiously. You didn't know. I assumed Dumbledore would have told you, being James and Lily's close friends. Dumbledore told us nothing, Lupin said bitterly. As usual. Morticia glided to the center of the room, her calm presence somehow focusing everyone's attention. Perhaps this is a discussion we should have. The prophecy is central to why Lord Voldemort targeted Harry in the first place. Tish, Gomez cautioned. Albus specifically asked us not to discuss this. Albus isn't here, she replied simply. And Harry's guardians, all of them, deserve to know what we're protecting him from. Voldemort drifted forward. The prophecy is what led me to Godric's Hollow that night. A prophecy about a child born as the 7th month dies, with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. James and Lily's son, Lupin breathed, pieces falling into place. That's why they went into hiding. There was more to it, Voldemort continued, his voice taking on an almost hypnotic quality. Born to those who have thrice defied him, which both the Potters and the Longbottoms had done. The Longbottoms? Sirius looked shocked. You mean Neville could have been the chosen one? Yes, Voldemort confirmed. But I selected Potter. The half-blood, like myself. I marked him as my equal. His red eyes fixed on Harry's lightning scar. And in doing so, potentially fulfilled the prophecy yourself, Morticia observed. A self-fulfilling prophecy is the most dangerous kind. There was more, Bellatrix said suddenly. Something about power the Dark Lord knows not. Voldemort shot her a warning look, but she continued, if we're being honest about the situation, we should be completely honest, my lord. The power the Dark Lord knows not, Lupin repeated thoughtfully. Could it be the binding? This ancient protection magic? Or love, Sirius suggested quietly. Lily and James died protecting him. That's old magic too. Love, Voldemort scoffed. Dumbledore's favorite explanation for everything. Yet here you are, Morticia pointed out gently. Bound to protect the very child you sought to destroy, by magic rooted in a mother's sacrifice. Perhaps there's more to Dumbledore's theory than you're willing to admit. Before Voldemort could retort, a loud crash echoed from downstairs, followed by raised voices. The Death Eaters, Wednesday said calmly. I think they found Uncle Fester's collection of Peruvian darkness powder. He keeps it next to the experimental explosives. Wonderful. Gomez clapped his hands together. Nothing breaks the ice at a gathering like a good explosion. Shall we rejoin our guests before they accidentally trigger the basement traps? Sirius looked incredulous. You're treating this like a social call. These are Death Eaters. In a house with a 15-month-old Harry Potter. Death Eaters who can't harm Harry because of the binding, Gomez reminded him. A binding that affects not just us, but extends a measure of protection to anyone within this household. That's how family magic works, my boy. It's still insanely reckless, Sirius insisted. Welcome to life with the Addamses, Lupin muttered, though there was a hint of reluctant fondness in his voice. Another crash from downstairs decided the matter. Gomez bounded toward the door, calling over his shoulder, coming, Tish. This sounds like the explosion from the Peruvian darkness powder mixed with Uncle Fester's special blend. Morticia sighed fondly. Duty calls. Wednesday, stay with Harry and your godfather Sirius. We'll handle our guests. Can I bring Harry to see the explosions later? Wednesday asked, the closest thing to excitement visible in her deadpan expression. Absolutely not, Sirius stated firmly. Perhaps tomorrow, dear, Morticia patted her daughter's head. Supervised, of course. She glided from the room, following Gomez. After a moment's hesitation, Voldemort's spectral form drifted after them. Bellatrix lingered, looking uncertainly between her master and Harry. Go, Lupin told her, surprisingly gentle. We'll keep Harry safe. That's what the binding is all about, isn't it? All of us protecting him in our own ways. Bellatrix nodded stiffly and followed the others downstairs. Sirius collapsed into an armchair, running a hand through his hair. This is madness. Complete madness. Yet somehow it's working, Lupin observed, watching Harry continue to play with his magical blocks. Look at him, Padfoot. Happy, healthy, developing magic at an extraordinary rate. Whatever else this bizarre situation is, it seems to be good for Harry. Until the Death Eaters decide to kidnap him, or Voldemort finds a way to break the binding, or any of 1,000 terrible things that could happen, Lupin finished for him. But isn't that true no matter where Harry is? At least here, he has multiple powerful wizards bound to protect him, even if some of them would rather not. Wednesday sat down beside Harry on the blanket, methodically rearranging his blocks into the shape of a gallows. The Death Eaters won't try anything tonight, she said with eerie certainty. Mother activated the guest room wards before dinner. Anyone with harmful intent toward a blood member of the household will find themselves experiencing their worst nightmares if they attempt to act on it. Sirius stared at her. How do you know that? Wednesday looked up, her dark eyes unnervingly direct. I helped her set them. I have an affinity for nightmare magic. Grandmama says it's a gift. Lupin chuckled despite himself. You know, Padfoot, I'm starting to think Harry might actually be safer here than anywhere else in the wizarding world. Unusual protection, certainly, but effective. That's the spirit, came Gomez's voice as he bounded back into the room. Minor disaster averted. Just some singed eyebrows on Dolahov's part. The man has no appreciation for the volatile properties of Peruvian darkness powder when exposed to Hungarian fire salts. Where are the Death Eaters now? Sirius asked warily. Lurch is showing them to guest rooms in the East Wing, Gomez explained, dropping into a chair and pulling out a cigar. Voldemort is giving them instructions, very stern ones, from the sound of it, about respecting the household and its inhabitants. And they're just staying? Lupin asked incredulously. Just until tomorrow, Gomez assured them. They'll return to their normal lives then, maintaining their covers as upstanding citizens while secretly furthering whatever nefarious plans Voldemort has for them. He lit his cigar with a snap of his fingers. Standard dark wizard arrangement, really. Sirius looked ready to explode with frustration when Harry suddenly yawned widely, rubbing his eyes with tiny fists. Someone's ready for bed, Lupin observed, grateful for the distraction. I'll take him to the nursery, Sirius said, lifting Harry into his arms. And I'm staying with him tonight. Death Eaters in the house or not? A wise precaution. Gomez approved. Though unnecessary with the wards. Still, belt and suspenders, as they say. As Sirius carried Harry from the room, the boy peered over his godfather's shoulder at Gomez and Wednesday. His green eyes seemed unusually bright, almost glowing in the dimly lit room. He waved a small hand, and the blocks on the floor rose once more, forming a perfect floating sphere that followed him out the door. Extraordinary, Lupin murmured, watching the display of wordless magic from a 15-month-old. He's going to be magnificent, Wednesday stated with certainty. The binding is changing him. Making him more like us. More like Addams's? Lupin asked cautiously. More like all of us, she clarified. Addams' darkness. Voldemort's power. Bellatrix's intensity. Your kindness. Sirius's loyalty. She looked directly at Lupin with those unsettlingly adult eyes. He's becoming something new. Something that's never existed before. Gomez beamed with pride. That's my girl. Always the philosopher. Now, who wants to help me check the dungeons before bed? I think I heard the manticore scratching at the walls again. Dawn broke over the Addams mansion, pale light filtering through the stained glass windows and casting colorful patterns across the entrance hall. Morticia stood at the foot of the grand staircase, bidding farewell to the last of the Death Eaters. Do remember what Lord Voldemort told you, she said pleasantly to Lucius Malfoy. Discretion is paramount. As far as the wizarding world knows, he remains indisposed. Malfoy's face was a mask of aristocratic composure, though his eyes betrayed his lingering discomfort with the situation. Of course, Madam Addams. We understand the delicacy of the circumstances. Wonderful, she smiled, the expression somehow more unnerving than reassuring. And do give our regards to Narcissa. I remember her from family gatherings when she was a girl, such a talent for poisonous potions. I still use her recipe for deadly nightshade tea at our garden parties. Malfoy looked startled. You know my wife. The Black family connection, Morticia explained. Distant cousins, but family nonetheless. We Addamses take family connections very seriously, as you've seen. Before Malfoy could respond, Bellatrix appeared at the top of the stairs. She had changed significantly from the wild-haired fanatic who had arrived at the mansion weeks ago. Her black dress was elegant rather than tattered, her hair styled in sophisticated waves, and though madness still lurked in her eyes, it seemed somehow more controlled. Leaving so soon, Lucius, she called down. Without saying goodbye. Malfoy inclined his head stiffly. Bellatrix. You seem, well. Better than well, she descended the stairs with newfound grace. I've learned more about ancient dark magic in 3 weeks with the Addams family than in years of service to the Dark Lord. Their library is exceptional. You speak as if you intend to stay, Malfoy observed carefully. The binding gives me little choice, she replied, touching her chest where the silver magic pulsed beneath her skin. Besides, my husband seems eager to return to his own life. He barely spoke 2 words to me last night. Rodolphus doesn't understand, Malfoy said quietly. None of us do, not really. This binding magic, the Dark Lord's current state, his connection to the Potter boy. Understanding will come with time, Morticia assured him. For now, loyalty is what Lord Voldemort requires. And he shall have it, Malfoy promised, though a flicker of something, doubt, perhaps, or calculation, crossed his face briefly. We'll protect the objects, he mentioned. And maintain our positions in society. Excellent, Morticia opened the front door. Until we meet again, Mr. Malfoy. With a final nod, Malfoy departed, joining his fellow Death Eaters who waited at the gates. They disapparated in sequence, black robes swirling into nothingness until the grounds were empty once more. Do you trust them? Bellatrix asked once they were alone. Trust is such a complicated concept, Morticia mused, closing the door. I trust them to act in their own interests, which for now align with protecting Voldemort's Horcruxes and maintaining their covers. Beyond that. She shrugged elegantly. Malfoy was always an opportunist, Bellatrix said with a sneer. The moment the Ministry started rounding up Death Eaters, he claimed Imperius and bought his way out of trouble. Yet he came here looking for Voldemort, Morticia pointed out. That shows a certain loyalty, or at least self-preservation instinct. Speaking of Voldemort, Bellatrix glanced around. Where is he this morning? In the library with Gomez, Morticia replied. They're researching the binding magic, trying to understand its limitations and possibilities. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow. They're working together now. Voluntarily. The binding encourages cooperation, Morticia reminded her. And they share a fascination with obscure magic, though for different reasons. She glided toward the dining room. Breakfast should be ready. Shall we join the others? In the formal dining room, an unusual scene greeted them. Sirius sat at the table with Harry in a high chair beside him, attempting to feed the boy porridge while avoiding the sparks of magic that erupted from Harry's fingertips whenever he got excited. Across from them, Wednesday and Pugsley were taking turns trying to make a severed hand, not thing, but a magical replica, crawl across the table. Children, Morticia greeted them. Enjoyable morning so far. Harry turned his porridge into worms, Wednesday reported without looking up. Real ones, wriggling. It was impressive. Just like his Uncle Fester at that age. Gomez declared, entering the room with an ancient tome tucked under his arm. Voldemort drifted in behind him, his semi-solid form now substantial enough that he cast a proper shadow. Where is Fester, anyway? Sirius asked, deftly catching a floating spoon that Harry had levitated. I haven't seen him in days. Antarctica, Gomez replied casually. Hunting for ice worms. He does it every winter, says the lack of sunlight for months on end is good for his complexion. The isolation allows for uninterrupted magical research as well, Morticia added. He's been working on a particularly nasty freezing curse that turns victims' blood to ice crystals. Sirius winced. Charming breakfast conversation as always. Thank you. Gomez beamed, missing the sarcasm. Now, we've made a fascinating discovery about the binding magic. He slammed the ancient tome down on the table, sending plates rattling. It seems the binding doesn't just connect us to Harry, it's actually creating a magical network between all of us. A network? Bellatrix frowned. What do you mean? A sharing of magical abilities, Voldemort explained, his red eyes fixed on Harry. The boy draws power from all of us, yes, but we are also beginning to access aspects of each other's magic. That's impossible, Sirius protested. Magical abilities can't be transferred between wizards. Ordinarily, no, Morticia agreed, taking her seat at the end of the table. But this binding is unlike anything documented in magical history. It's creating connections on a fundamental level, soul to soul. I've noticed it myself, Bellatrix admitted quietly. Yesterday I cast a transfiguration spell using a technique I've never learned, but I recognized it as something Morticia does. Precisely. Gomez pointed at her excitedly. And I've found myself able to sense magical signatures in a way only Voldemort could before. It's as if the binding is slowly harmonizing our magic, creating a unified field with Harry at its center. That's... Sirius looked deeply disturbed. That's not normal. Normal is for other families, Wednesday stated flatly. We're Addamses. And Harry is becoming one of us, Pugsley added cheerfully. He already likes the exploding toys better than the regular ones. Harry giggled as if on cue, his green eyes bright with intelligence beyond his years. He waved his hands, and all the silverware on the table rose into the air, spinning in complex patterns before settling back down in perfect alignment. His control grows daily, Voldemort observed. Soon he will be capable of directed spell work. At 16 months old. Sirius shook his head in disbelief. That's not just unusual, it's unheard of. The binding accelerates everything, Morticia explained. His magical development, our connections to each other, the blending of our abilities. We need to know more about this binding, Voldemort stated. Its origins, its limitations, and whether it can be broken. The silver magic pulsed warningly in his chest, visible through his semi-transparent form. The binding objects to that line of inquiry, Gomez noted with fascination. It seems to have a will of its own. All-powerful magic does, Morticia said. That's what makes it dangerous, and beautiful. The conversation paused as Lurch entered, carrying a tray with a silver teapot and a letter. Mail, Master Gomez, he groaned, placing the envelope beside Gomez's plate. Ah. The Morning Post. Thank you, Lurch. Gomez picked up the letter, examining the purple wax seal. From Dumbledore. How timely. What does he want now? Sirius asked warily. Gomez broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. He's coming to visit this afternoon. Apparently, he has matters of grave importance to discuss regarding Harry and the binding. He knows about the Death Eater's visit, Bellatrix guessed. Undoubtedly, Morticia agreed. Very little escapes Albus's attention, especially where Harry is concerned. He'll try to take the boy again, Voldemort predicted. To place him with those Muggle relatives. He can't, Gomez reminded them. The binding won't allow it. Harry must remain with us, with all of us. But he might have new information, Morticia pointed out. About the binding, the prophecy, or Harry's developing abilities. Or he might try to break the binding himself, Bellatrix suggested darkly. Sirius looked torn. Dumbledore wants what's best for Harry. Dumbledore wants what aligns with his own plans, Voldemort countered. The boy is a weapon to him, the prophesied vanquisher of the Dark Lord. And what is he to you? Sirius challenged. Other than the child who defeated you. The binding pulsed again, stronger this time, causing all four primary guardians, Gomez, Morticia, Voldemort, and Bellatrix, to wince slightly. The binding grows impatient with our bickering, Morticia observed. It seems to want harmony among Harry's guardians. Regardless of Dumbledore's intentions, we should prepare for his visit, Gomez decided, returning to his usual cheerful demeanor. Lurch, bring up a bottle of the special blood wine from the cellar, the one with actual blood. Nothing says, welcome, like vintage O-negative. Harry clapped his hands happily, and all the candles in the room lit simultaneously. Show off, Wednesday commented, but there was a hint of approval in her deadpan voice. Albus Dumbledore arrived precisely at 3 o'clock that afternoon, apparating to the front gates with a soft pop. He wore robes of deep purple adorned with silver stars, his long white beard neatly combed over his chest. As he approached the mansion, the front door swung open before he could knock. Albus! Right on time. Gomez greeted him enthusiastically. Come in, come in. We've been expecting you. Gomez, Dumbledore inclined his head politely. Thank you for receiving me on such short notice. Nonsense. Always time for distinguished visitors. Gomez ushered him into the foyer. Everyone's gathered in the drawing room. Quite the family reunion, I must say. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Oh. I was under the impression it would be a private conversation. Private? In this household? Gomez laughed heartily. My dear fellow, we Addamses have no secrets from each other. Besides, anything concerning Harry concerns all his guardians now. Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened at this. I see news travels fast. I had only just learned of the Death Eater's visit last night. Walls have ears, Albus, Gomez winked. Sometimes literally in this house. Great-uncle Severus experimented with sentient architecture back in 1879. Some rooms still gossip among themselves. He led Dumbledore through the mansion's winding hallways to the formal drawing room, where an unusual gathering awaited them. Morticia sat in a high-backed chair, Harry on her lap. Surrounding them were Sirius, Lupin, Wednesday, Pugsley, Grandmama, and Lurch. And in the shadowy corner by the fireplace, Voldemort's semi-solid form hovered alongside Bellatrix. Quite the assembly, Dumbledore remarked mildly, though his hand drifted closer to his wand pocket. We're all family now, Morticia explained, bouncing Harry gently. The binding has seen to that. Dumbledore's gaze fixed on Voldemort. I see you've gained more substance since my last visit, Tom. Dumbledore, Voldemort acknowledged coldly. Come to meddle again? I prefer to think of it as taking an interest in a remarkable magical situation, Dumbledore replied, accepting the seat Gomez offered him. And in the welfare of young Harry, of course. Harry is thriving, Sirius said defensively. Whatever else is happening in this madhouse, he's happy and healthy. And magically advancing at an extraordinary rate, Dumbledore added, his eyes twinkling as he observed Harry. Yes, I can see the changes already. Remarkable. Harry looked at Dumbledore with bright, curious eyes. He waved a small hand, and Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles floated off his face, hovering in the air before returning to his nose. Most impressive for a child his age, Dumbledore commented, adjusting his glasses. The binding clearly accelerates his magical development. That's putting it mildly, Lupin said. Yesterday he transfigured his blocks into a working model of the solar system. Complete with planetary rotation. He's taking after his Aunt Morticia, Grandmama cackled proudly. She could make the dead dance before she turned 2. Not quite dead, Morticia corrected modestly. Just mostly dead. Uncle Crimp still had some brain activity. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Yes, well, it's precisely this accelerated development that concerns me. The magical community has begun to notice irregularities in the ambient magic surrounding this mansion. Irregularities? Gomez looked intrigued rather than concerned. What kind of irregularities? Fluctuations in the magical field, Dumbledore explained. Surges of power that don't correspond to any known pattern. The Department of Mysteries has recorded several significant spikes over the past week. The binding grows stronger, Voldemort stated. More interconnected. The boy draws power from all of us now. And gives it back, Bellatrix added unexpectedly. We're all changing, not just Harry. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened with interest. Changing how, precisely? Sharing magical affinities, Morticia explained. Abilities unique to one guardian becoming accessible to others. It seems the binding doesn't just connect us to Harry, it connects us to each other as well. Fascinating, Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. And concerning. Such magical connections have no precedent in recorded magical history. The Addams family grimoire mentions similar bindings, Gomez countered. Great-great-grandmother Slaughter created a protection circle for her 13 children during the Goblin rebellions of 1612. Bound herself and her husband to their safety. But not their enemies, Dumbledore pointed out, glancing meaningfully at Voldemort and Bellatrix. That is what makes this case unique, Morticia agreed. The combination of Lily Potter's sacrificial protection and the Addams family magic created something entirely new. Harry squirmed in Morticia's lap, reaching toward Dumbledore with curious hands. Silver light briefly pulsed beneath his skin, matched by answering pulses in his 4 primary guardians. The binding grows stronger with time, Voldemort observed. Soon it may be irreversible. Is that your concern, Tom? Dumbledore asked directly. That you might be permanently bound to protect the very child prophesied to defeat you? Among other concerns, Voldemort replied coldly. The prophecy, Dumbledore sighed. I had hoped to wait until Harry was older before addressing that particular burden. Prophecies are tricky things, Grandmama interjected, her wizened face creased in a knowing smile. Always open to interpretation. My 3rd husband was prophesied to die by water, avoided oceans his whole life, then choked on a glass of it at dinner. Ironic, isn't it? Quite, Dumbledore agreed with a small smile. And relevant to our current situation. Prophecies often fulfill themselves in unexpected ways. You believe the binding might be fulfillment of the prophecy? Morticia asked, her dark eyes keen with interest. The power the Dark Lord knows not, Dumbledore quoted. A protection born of love, expanded through ancient family magic, now connecting Harry and Voldemort in ways neither could have anticipated. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. You suggest the prophecy referred not to the boy destroying me, but to this arrangement? I suggest that prophecies rarely mean exactly what we think they mean, Dumbledore replied. And that this binding may be changing the course of fate itself. Wednesday, who had been silently observing the conversation, suddenly spoke up. The binding wants something. All eyes turned to the solemn-faced girl. What do you mean, child? Dumbledore asked gently. Magic this old has its own will, Wednesday explained in her monotone voice. It's not just connecting people, it's reshaping them. Toward a purpose. What purpose? Sirius asked, looking disturbed. Wednesday shrugged slightly. I don't know yet. But I can feel it when I'm near Harry. The magic is hungry. Unfinished. The girl is perceptive, Voldemort acknowledged, surprising everyone. The binding does seem to have an agenda beyond mere protection. Which brings me to the reason for my visit, Dumbledore said, his expression growing serious. The Department of Mysteries has uncovered ancient texts referencing similar magical bindings. They suggest that such magic typically seeks completion, a final state where the connection is either perfected or broken. Completion. Gomez leaned forward eagerly. What form would that take? That's unclear, Dumbledore admitted. But the texts warn that attempting to force either outcome can have catastrophic consequences. The magic must be allowed to reach its natural conclusion. And yet you came here to interfere, Voldemort observed. I came to advise caution, Dumbledore corrected. Particularly regarding attempts to modify or strengthen the binding. Any ritual involving such powerful, semi-sentient magic could have unpredictable results. Gomez and Morticia exchanged a quick glance that did not go unnoticed by Dumbledore. You've been planning something, he guessed. A ritual of some kind. Merely exploratory research, Morticia replied smoothly. We thought perhaps we could stabilize the binding, make it less volatile. Volatile? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Has there been an incident? Nothing serious, Gomez assured him. Just some unexpected magical feedback when Harry gets particularly emotional. Last night during his bath, he turned all the water in the mansion to pumpkin juice. Took hours to reverse. And the mansion's wards have begun to pulse in rhythm with the binding, Bellatrix added. Growing stronger but less predictable. Classic signs of magical resonance, Dumbledore nodded. The binding is integrating with the mansion's protections, creating a unified magical field. Precisely our concern, Morticia said. Without stabilization, the resonance could eventually affect Harry's developing magical core. Or all of ours, Voldemort added. The connection grows more invasive daily. Harry, as if sensing he was the topic of conversation, suddenly giggled. The silver light pulsed visibly beneath his skin, and for a brief moment, everyone connected to the binding experienced a flash of his emotions, delight, curiosity, a sense of belonging. Merlin's beard, Sirius gasped, putting a hand to his chest. Did everyone feel that? Emotional bleed-through, Dumbledore identified the phenomenon. Another sign of a maturing magical bond. It's getting stronger, Bellatrix confirmed, looking shaken. Yesterday I knew he was hungry before he started crying. I could feel it. The binding seeks to make us better guardians, Morticia suggested. By helping us understand his needs. Or it seeks to merge us more completely, Voldemort countered darkly. Until individual identity becomes blurred. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. That is precisely my concern. Such deep magical connections can eventually lead to a form of magical symbiosis. In extreme cases, the individual magical signatures begin to harmonize, becoming a single, unified field. That's not possible, Sirius protested. Wizards maintain distinct magical signatures throughout their lives. It's one of the fundamental principles of magical theory. Under normal circumstances, yes, Dumbledore agreed. But this binding is far from normal. It would explain the shared abilities, Lupin mused. If our magic is gradually blending, we must stabilize the binding before it progresses further, Voldemort insisted. I will not have my magical signature diluted by others. He cast a disparaging glance around the room. Any attempt to modify the binding could accelerate the process, Dumbledore warned. Or trigger its completion phase prematurely. The texts were quite clear on that point. The binding will reach completion regardless, Wednesday stated with eerie certainty. It's only a matter of time. Then better to guide it than resist it, Gomez declared, leaping to his feet with characteristic enthusiasm. We've been researching an ancient Addams ritual, a way to channel the binding's energy toward stabilization rather than merger. Gomez, Dumbledore's voice carried a note of warning. I strongly advise against any experimental magic involving this binding. Experimental? Gomez looked offended. My dear fellow, this ritual has been in the family grimoire for centuries. Great-great-great-aunt Catastrophe used it to stabilize a similar binding in 1537, worked like a charm. Well, except for the part where her husband's skin turned permanently blue, but that was considered an improvement by family standards. The ritual has been adapted for our specific situation, Morticia added more soberly. We believe it could help define the boundaries of the binding without breaking it. Dumbledore looked deeply troubled. The risks are substantial, Voldemort interrupted. But the alternative, allowing this binding to progress unchecked, is unacceptable. For once, I agree with him, Sirius said reluctantly. If this binding is affecting Harry's magical development, we need to understand it better. Control it if we can. Control is an illusion when dealing with magic this ancient, Dumbledore cautioned. You risk making the situation more volatile, not less. Harry squirmed in Morticia's lap again, reaching toward Voldemort with curious hands. The Dark Lord instinctively drifted back, but the binding pulsed, drawing him closer to the child despite his resistance. You see. Voldemort hissed. It grows stronger daily. Soon none of us will have any autonomy left. Or perhaps it simply knows what it wants, Morticia suggested, watching as Harry's eyes fixed on Voldemort with unusual intensity. And that includes bringing all of Harry's guardians into harmony. I want no harmony with the child destined to destroy me, Voldemort said coldly. The binding flared painfully within him, causing his semi-solid form to flicker. The magic disagrees, Gomez pointed out cheerfully. It seems quite determined to forge this connection, whether we cooperate or not. Dumbledore rose from his seat, his expression grave. I cannot stop you from attempting this ritual. But I implore you to consider the consequences. Not just for yourselves, but for Harry. His magical development is already proceeding at an unprecedented rate. Further disruption could have lasting effects. We're well aware of the risks, Morticia assured him. The ritual is designed to stabilize, not disrupt. And when do you plan to attempt this, stabilization? Dumbledore inquired. Tonight, Voldemort answered before the others could. At midnight. When the binding's energy naturally peaks. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Then I ask to be present. If something goes wrong, you may need assistance. Splendid! Gomez exclaimed. The more the merrier. It'll be just like a family reunion, but with potentially catastrophic magical consequences. Your enthusiasm is not reassuring, Gomez, Sirius muttered. Runs in the family, Grandmama cackled. His father was the same way. Laughed all the way through his own beheading, though that might have been the potion I slipped him beforehand. Dumbledore cleared his throat. If the ritual is to proceed, we should discuss the specifics. The magical theory, the components, the potential outcomes. Of course, Morticia rose gracefully, Harry still in her arms. Gomez, perhaps you could show Albus the grimoire while I put Harry down for his nap. He'll need his rest before tonight. Capital idea, Tish. Gomez agreed. To the library, Albus. Wait until you see our collection of banned magical texts. Makes the Hogwarts restricted section look like a children's nursery. As the group dispersed to make preparations, Bellatrix found herself alone with Voldemort in the drawing room. His semi-solid form drifted toward the window, watching as storm clouds gathered on the horizon, a fitting backdrop for the evening's planned ritual. You're certain about this, my lord? She asked quietly. The ritual could bind us more permanently to the boy, not less. It could also reveal weaknesses in the binding, Voldemort replied. Points where it might eventually be broken. Bellatrix hesitated, then asked the question that had been troubling her. And if it can't be broken? If this binding is permanent? Voldemort's red eyes fixed on her with chilling intensity. Nothing is permanent, Bellatrix. Not even death, as I have proven. But if it is? If we're bound to protect Potter forever? For a long moment, Voldemort was silent, watching the approaching storm. Finally, he said, then we adapt. As all great powers must when faced with changing circumstances. Adapt to being the protector of the boy prophesied to defeat you. Bellatrix looked skeptical. Perhaps the prophecy's meaning has already been fulfilled, Voldemort suggested, echoing Dumbledore's earlier point. The boy defeated me on Halloween night. My body was destroyed. My power broken, temporarily. You think that's all the prophecy meant? Prophecies are tools, Bellatrix, Voldemort said dismissively. Useful for manipulating the credulous. Their power lies in belief, not fate. Bellatrix wasn't convinced. This binding feels like fate, my lord. Like something beyond even your control. Nothing is beyond my control, Voldemort insisted, though the flicker of his semi-solid form betrayed his uncertainty. Tonight's ritual will prove that. Outside, thunder rumbled across the sky, as if nature itself was responding to the magical tension building within the Addams mansion. As midnight approached, the Addams family crypt took on an eerie beauty. Hundreds of black candles floated in the air, their flames an unnatural blue that cast dancing shadows across the ancient stonework. In the center of the crypt, a perfect circle had been drawn in silver powder that glowed with its own inner light, the same silver as the binding magic. Powdered unicorn horn mixed with crushed meteorite, Gomez explained proudly to Dumbledore, who examined the circle with professional interest. Family recipe. Excellent for containing ritual energies. And the runes? Dumbledore gestured to the complex symbols etched around the circle's perimeter. A combination of ancient Sumerian and pre-Celtic binding forms, Morticia replied, carefully arranging crystal vials at cardinal points around the circle. With a few Addams modifications, of course. Of course, Dumbledore murmured, his concern evident despite his polite tone. In the center of the circle, a small stone altar had been erected. It stood waist-high, its surface polished smooth by centuries of use. Carved into its sides were scenes of ancient rituals, some beautiful, others disturbing in their imagery. Family heirloom, Gomez patted the altar affectionately. Dates back to the original Addams, Catastrophus Adamus. Used for everything from baby naming ceremonies to virgin sacrifices. Though we haven't done one of those in centuries, he added hastily, noticing Dumbledore's expression. Too messy, and virgins are so hard to find these days. A comforting clarification, Sirius muttered, entering the crypt with Harry in his arms. The boy was wide awake despite the late hour, his green eyes reflecting the blue candlelight as he looked around with curious interest. Behind them came Bellatrix and Voldemort, the latter's semi-solid form more substantial in the crypt's magical atmosphere. Lupin followed, along with Wednesday, Pugsley, and Grandmama, who carried a large, ancient grimoire bound in what appeared to be human skin. Is everyone here? Morticia asked, surveying the assembled group. Lurch is standing guard upstairs, Gomez confirmed. And Thing is ready with the emergency containment sphere, just in case. In case of what, exactly? Sirius asked warily. Magical backlash, dimensional rifts, spontaneous transformation, Gomez listed cheerfully. The usual ritual risks. Sirius looked like he might reconsider the entire endeavor, but the binding pulsed visibly beneath Harry's skin, drawing him inexorably toward the circle. It's time, Voldemort stated, his red eyes fixed on the silver circle. The binding reaches its peak at the stroke of midnight. Places everyone. Gomez clapped his hands enthusiastically. Morticia, darling, would you do the honors? Morticia glided forward, taking Harry gently from Sirius. The child must be at the center, as the focus of the binding. She placed Harry on the altar, where he sat contentedly, playing with a silver rattle shaped like a tiny skull that Grandmama had given him. Around the circle, the four primary guardians took positions at cardinal points, Gomez at north, Morticia at east, Bellatrix at south, and Voldemort at west. Sirius, Remus, Morticia directed, stand outside the circle. If something goes wrong, you'll need to be free to intervene. What exactly are we trying to accomplish here? Lupin asked, his concern evident. Stabilization, Morticia explained patiently. Currently, the binding's energies flow chaotically between us, growing stronger but less predictable. This ritual should organize those energies, creating defined channels rather than the current, blending. And if it works as intended? Dumbledore inquired from his position near the crypt entrance. Each guardian will maintain their connection to Harry, but with clear boundaries, Gomez explained. No more emotional bleed-through, no more unintentional sharing of magical abilities. And if it doesn't work as intended? Sirius pressed. Then we improvise. Gomez declared with unnerving enthusiasm. That's the exciting part about ancient family magic, it's always full of surprises. Before anyone could object further, the massive clock in the mansion's tower began to toll midnight. The sound echoed through the crypt, each toll causing the silver circle to pulse with increasing intensity. Begin. Gomez instructed as the first bell faded. Morticia raised her wand, the tip glowing with silver light that matched the circle. By ancient right of family protection, we call upon the magic of blood and bond. Gomez joined her, his wand similarly illuminated. We who guard the child seek to strengthen our pledge, to define our purpose. Bellatrix hesitated only briefly before adding her voice. To create order from chaos, pattern from wild magic. Voldemort's spectral form seemed to solidify further as he spoke the ritual words. To bind without being bound, to protect without being consumed. As the fourth bell tolled, Harry giggled suddenly, clapping his hands. Sparks of silver magic erupted from his fingertips, dancing across the altar and into the circle. The powder ignited, not with flame but with pure magical energy that rose in a shimmering dome over the altar. The binding responds. Morticia observed, her voice taking on a deeper, more resonant quality. It recognizes our intent. The fifth bell tolled, and the crystal vials at the cardinal points shattered simultaneously, releasing swirling vapors in 4 distinct colors, red from the north, black from the east, green from the south, and silver from the west. The vapors spiraled toward Harry, who watched with delighted fascination. Each guardian's essence, Gomez explained for the observers. Distilled from freely given blood, breath, memory, and magic. The sixth bell rang, and the vapors encircled Harry, forming a rotating cocoon of color around the child. He reached out, touching the swirling essences with curious fingers. Where he touched, the colors brightened intensely. He accepts the offering, Bellatrix whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. The binding grows stronger. The seventh bell brought a change, the vapors began to separate into distinct streams, flowing from Harry to each guardian in pulsing ribbons of magic. Where they touched the guardians, they seemed to sink beneath the skin, creating glowing patterns like luminous tattoos. The channels form, Morticia observed. The binding organizes itself. The eighth bell toll caused the first disruption. The silver stream flowing to Voldemort suddenly flared brightly, expanding beyond its boundaries. His semi-solid form convulsed as the magic surged through him. Something's wrong, Dumbledore called out, stepping closer to the circle. The magic reacts differently to him. The soul fragment, Voldemort gasped, his voice distorted by pain. It recognizes itself. The ninth bell rang, and Harry's scar began to glow with the same silver light as the binding. A tendril of darkness emerged from it, reaching toward Voldemort like a questing serpent. The Horcrux awakens. Gomez exclaimed, fascinated despite the danger. It seeks to rejoin its creator. Stop it. Sirius shouted. It's hurting Harry. Indeed, the child had begun to cry, his small face contorted with discomfort as the darkness pulled from his scar. We can't stop the ritual now, Morticia cautioned. The magic must complete its cycle. The 10th bell brought greater chaos. The streams of essence began to blend again, swirling around Harry and the 4 guardians in increasingly erratic patterns. The binding magic pulsed visibly within all of them, growing brighter with each heartbeat. It's destabilizing, Dumbledore warned, drawing his wand. The opposing forces, the Horcrux against the protection, are creating magical dissonance. The 11th bell toll brought a moment of perfect silence, as if the magic itself held its breath. Harry stopped crying, his green eyes wide and luminous in the ritual light. He raised his tiny hands toward Voldemort, and the tendril of darkness retreated back into his scar. He controls it, Wednesday whispered from her position beside Grandmama. He commands both magics. As the final bell began to toll, Harry clapped his hands together sharply. The swirling essences collapsed inward, condensing into a perfect sphere of light that hovered above the altar. For a breathless moment, it pulsed there, growing brighter until it was painful to look at directly. Then, with the resonance of the final bell still echoing through the crypt, the sphere expanded explosively, engulfing the entire circle in blinding silver light. The observers shielded their eyes, feeling the wave of magic wash over them like a physical force. When they looked again, the scene had transformed. The 4 guardians stood frozen in place, connected to Harry by visible cords of silver light. But these were no longer separate streams, they had merged into a complex webwork that bound all 5 of them together in an intricate magical lattice. Within each guardian, the binding magic had taken distinct form. In Gomez, it manifested as swirling patterns like fencing moves, In Morticia, it resembled elegant vines with deadly thorns. In Bellatrix, it took the form of wild, jagged lightning, and in Voldemort, it appeared as serpentine coils that wrapped around a dark core. Most remarkable of all was Harry himself. The binding magic had settled into his skin like luminous veins, creating a pattern that resembled a map of constellations. His green eyes glowed with inner light, and his expression was one of serene awareness far beyond his 15 months. "By all that's magical," Dumbledore breathed. "The binding hasn't stabilized, it's transformed." "Into what?" Lupin asked, his voice hushed. "A soul bond," Grandmama answered, her wizened face alight with awe. "The most powerful kind of magical connection. Not just magic to magic, but essence to essence." Slowly, the frozen tableau began to animate again. Gomez was the first to move, gasping as if he'd been underwater. "Extraordinary. I can feel all of you, not just your presence, but your magic, your emotions." The blending didn't stop, Morticia realized, examining the glowing patterns on her skin. It evolved. Became intentional rather than chaotic. Bellatrix staggered slightly, leaning on the altar for support. "So much power," she whispered. "I've never felt anything like it." Voldemort remained still, his semi-solid form now considerably more substantial. The serpentine patterns of binding magic writhed across his transparent skin, seeming to war with the darkness at his core. "The fragment," he said finally, his voice altered, deeper, more resonant. "It still calls to me, but differently now. Through the binding rather than against it." Harry reached for him, tiny fingers grasping at the air. The binding pulsed in response, drawing Voldemort closer to the child despite any resistance. When Harry's hand touched the spectral form, something remarkable happened. The darkness within Voldemort visibly recoiled from the contact, while the binding magic brightened. "The soul fragment recognizes its host," Dumbledore observed, stepping closer to the circle. "But the binding prevents it from rejoining its master. Instead, it seems to be integrating with Harry's own magic." "Impossible," Voldemort hissed. "A Horcrux cannot merge with a living soul." "This is beyond Horcrux magic now," Morticia explained, gently lifting Harry from the altar. The binding cord stretched and flexed with her movement, maintaining the connections. "The ritual has created something new, a magical symbiosis that encompasses both the fragment and the protection. In simple terms," Gomez added cheerfully, "we've all been upgraded. Enhanced. Improved." He flexed his fingers, watching the binding patterns shift with his movements. "I can feel spells I've never cast, knowledge I've never learned." The sharing has become permanent, Bellatrix realized, her expression a complex mixture of wonder and alarm. "We all have access to each other's magical abilities now." "Not completely," Morticia corrected. "There are still boundaries. Individual magical signatures remain distinct. But yes, there is considerable overlap now." Sirius approached the circle cautiously. "Is Harry all right? Has he been changed by this?" In answer, the child smiled brightly, green eyes shining with intelligence and awareness. He reached toward his godfather, and a thin silver cord extended from him to Sirius, connecting briefly before fading back into Harry's skin. "He recognizes you as extended family," Morticia explained. "The binding acknowledges your connection, though not as primary guardian." "What have we done?" Voldemort whispered, examining his now much more solid hands. The binding magic had somehow accelerated his restoration, though he remained semi-transparent. "This was not what I intended." "Magic this powerful rarely does exactly what we intend," Dumbledore said, stepping fully into the circle now that the ritual had completed. "It follows its own purpose, its own design." "And what purpose is that?" Lupin asked, watching with concern as Harry continued to examine his new magical connections with obvious delight. "Balance, perhaps," Dumbledore suggested, observing how the binding had manifested differently in each guardian. "A way to ensure Harry receives protection from all sides of magic, light and dark," structured and wild, familial and foreign. Or something else entirely, Wednesday stated in her monotone voice. All eyes turned to her as she approached the circle. Unlike the adults, she showed no hesitation in crossing the silver line. The magic isn't finished. It's just beginning. Beginning what, child? Voldemort demanded. Wednesday looked directly at him with those unsettlingly adult eyes. Changing you. All of you. The binding doesn't just want protectors for Harry, it wants to transform what protection means. Cryptic, yet somehow terrifying, Sirius muttered. Typical Addams insight. Grandmama cackled approvingly. The girl has the gift of magical sight. Just like my mother before the unfortunate incident with the prophetic mirror that showed her own death. Went mad for 3 years before it actually happened, most productive period of her life, magically speaking. Dumbledore knelt beside Harry, examining the constellation-like patterns on his skin. These will fade from visibility soon, but the connections they represent will remain. Harry Potter is now something magical theory has never accounted for, a nexus of shared magic, binding together fundamentally opposed forces. Is that dangerous? Lupin asked. For him, I mean. All power is dangerous, Morticia answered before Dumbledore could. But this particular power is self-regulating. The binding protects Harry from harm, including harm that might come from the binding itself. A perfect magical paradox, Gomez said admiringly. Absolutely ingenious. Ancestors be praised. Voldemort drifted away from the others, examining the new solidity of his form with clinical interest. This changes things, he said finally. All our plans, all our expectations. That seems to be the binding specialty, Bellatrix agreed, watching him carefully. Changing things we thought immutable. As the group began to disperse, the ritual energies gradually fading back to normal levels, Dumbledore drew Morticia aside. This has gone far beyond what any of us anticipated, he said quietly. The magical community will notice the change in ambient energies. Questions will be asked. Let them ask, Morticia replied serenely. The binding protects its own secrets. Those who aren't part of it will never truly understand it. And those who are part of it? Dumbledore glanced meaningfully at Voldemort, who was now examining the ritual texts with newfound interest. Can they be trusted with the power it offers? Morticia followed his gaze, her expression thoughtful. The binding changes everyone it touches, Albus. Even those who resist it most strongly. Let us hope you're right, Dumbledore sighed. For Harry's sake, and for all our sakes. As they left the crypt, Harry still securely in Morticia's arms, none of them noticed the smallest detail, how the binding magic had left one final mark on each of them. Behind their left ears, a tiny symbol had formed, a lightning bolt intersected by a vertical line. The mark of a binding that had only just begun to reveal its true purpose. Chapter 3, Family Matters. 6 months had passed since the binding ritual, transforming the unlikely household from reluctant cohabitants to something approaching an actual family. July's summer heat settled over the Addams mansion, making the wrought iron gates shimmer in the afternoon sun. Inside, the mansion's enchanted cooling system, a combination of ghost-powered wind currents and ice elementals trapped in the walls, kept the temperature at a pleasantly chilly 60 degrees, perfect for the magical experiments happening in the East Wing laboratory. No, no. The eye of Newt goes in after the salamander blood, not before. Bellatrix snapped, quickly grabbing Harry's pudgy hand before he could drop the ingredient into the bubbling cauldron. Timing is everything in potions, remember? Harry, now 21 months old but with the comprehension of a child twice his age, frowned in concentration. After blood. Not before, he repeated carefully, his vocabulary expanding daily. He stood on an enchanted stool that adjusted its height constantly to keep him safely at workbench level, watching the potion with fascination. Exactly, Bellatrix nodded approvingly. Now stir 3 times clockwise. No, don't use your finger. Use the silver rod. Human flesh dissolves in this mixture. Harry giggled as if this were the funniest thing he'd ever heard, reaching for the stirring rod with surprising dexterity for a toddler. Silver binding light pulsed briefly under his skin as he concentrated, and the rod moved in perfect stirring motions, 3 clockwise, then 1 counterclockwise. I didn't say to go counterclockwise, Bellatrix noted, raising an eyebrow. Better balance, Harry replied simply, watching as the potion shifted from murky green to a clear, shimmering purple. Bellatrix stared at the perfect color change. That's actually correct. Who taught you that? Nobody. Just knew. Harry shrugged, then pointed excitedly as the potion began to emit tiny purple sparks. Look. Pretty. Yes, very pretty, Bellatrix agreed, amazed despite herself. The counterclockwise stir had indeed balanced the potion's magical properties, something she wouldn't have thought to try. The binding continued to surprise her. Harry didn't just learn from his guardians, he seemed to synthesize their knowledge in unexpected ways. What precisely are you teaching my godson today? How to create weapons of mass destruction? Sirius asked from the doorway, his tone light despite the words. The months of cohabitation had softened his hostility toward Bellatrix, if not eliminated it entirely. It's a simple illumination potion, Bellatrix replied, rolling her eyes. For the garden party tonight. Morticia wants floating lights that won't attract normal insects, only the carnivorous Transylvanian moths she's breeding. Of course she does, Sirius sighed, crossing the room to ruffle Harry's perpetually messy hair. Ready for lunch, Prongslet? Lurch made your favorite, dragon-shaped sandwiches that roar when you bite them. Harry's eyes lit up. Roar. He clapped his hands, inadvertently sending a pulse of magic into the potion, which briefly flared bright enough to cast shadows before settling back to its gentle shimmer. Careful. Bellatrix cautioned, though there was no real anger in her voice. After months of working with the child, she'd grown accustomed to his magical outbursts. Finish your potions before starting new activities. That's the rule, remember? Harry nodded solemnly. Finish first. Clean workspace. He carefully placed the stirring rod in its holder, then used a small silver ladle to transfer the potion into prepared crystal vials. His precision is remarkable, Sirius observed, watching Harry's careful movements. It's almost unnerving in a child his age. The binding accelerates everything, Bellatrix replied, helping Harry with the final vial. Not just his magic, but his physical coordination, his speech, his comprehension. Morticia thinks he's developing at nearly twice the normal rate. I know, Sirius's expression grew concerned. That's what worries me. What happens when he goes to Hogwarts? He'll be years ahead of his peers magically, but still a child emotionally. Bellatrix snorted. You're assuming Voldemort will allow him to attend Hogwarts at all. He's been researching alternative magical education systems for months, private tutoring, apprenticeships, even that dreadful Durmstrang place. Voldemort doesn't get to make that decision alone, Sirius reminded her sharply. The binding ensures we all have a say in Harry's upbringing. And yet you're discussing his future schooling without consulting me, came a cold voice from the doorway. Voldemort stood there, his form now almost completely solid, only a slight translucency around the edges revealed his not quite human state. The stabilization potion, combined with the binding's magic, had accelerated his recovery beyond anyone's expectations. Voldy. Harry greeted cheerfully, the nickname making Sirius choke back a laugh and Bellatrix wince. Despite everyone's best efforts, Wednesday had taught Harry the diminutive, and it had stuck, much to the Dark Lord's displeasure. Harry, Voldemort acknowledged with a slight nod. Over the months, he had developed his own version of interaction with the child, formal, reserved, but no longer openly hostile. The binding had ensured that much, at least. Made purple lights. Harry announced proudly, holding up one of the crystal vials. For Moth Party. I see, Voldemort examined the potion with clinical interest. The color balance is excellent. You added an extra counterclockwise stir after the standard 3 clockwise. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Better balance. Indeed. Voldemort's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. A technique I developed myself, though I rarely shared it with students. He figured it out on his own, Bellatrix explained, watching the interaction carefully. These moments, when Voldemort's academic appreciation of Harry's abilities overrode his resentment of the binding, had become more frequent over the months. The child continues to surprise, Voldemort observed, drifting further into the room. His magical intuition exceeds mere imitation. He synthesizes techniques, adapts them. He gets that from his parents, Sirius said pointedly. James was brilliant at transfiguration, and Lily could invent potions modifications that stumped even Slughorn. And yet neither of them achieved their full potential, Voldemort countered. Limited by conventional education and societal expectations. Is that why you're researching alternative schooling options? Sirius challenged. To ensure Harry reaches his full potential. Among other reasons, Voldemort admitted. Hogwarts has its limitations. Particularly for a child of Harry's unusual circumstances. You mean a child with a piece of your soul embedded in his forehead? Sirius asked bluntly. Harry, sensing the rising tension, frowned. The binding pulsed visibly beneath his skin, and both men winced slightly as it discouraged their conflict. Perhaps this discussion would be better continued elsewhere, Bellatrix suggested, nodding meaningfully toward Harry, who was watching them with two perceptive eyes. Agreed, Voldemort said stiffly. The child's education deserves thorough consideration from all his guardians. Dragon sandwiches first. Harry declared, breaking the tension as only a toddler could. He carefully placed his completed potion vials in a rack, then jumped down from his stool, which shrank back to normal size behind him. Can't argue with that logic, Sirius grinned, swinging Harry up onto his shoulders. Come on, Prongslet. Let's see if these sandwiches roar as loudly as last week's batch. As they headed toward the door, Harry twisted around to wave at Bellatrix and Voldemort. You come too. Lunch together. The simple question carried the subtle pressure of the binding, not forcing compliance, but encouraging it. Over the months, they discovered that direct requests from Harry held particular weight within the binding's magic. I'll be along shortly, Bellatrix promised. Need to clean up the workspace first, remember. Harry nodded seriously. Rules important. After Sirius carried Harry out, Bellatrix began methodically organizing the ingredients, aware of Voldemort's continued presence. These moments alone with her former master had grown less tense over time, but never entirely comfortable. The boy listens to you, Voldemort observed. Respects your instruction. Children respond to clear expectations and consistent boundaries, Bellatrix replied, not looking up from her task. Even magical prodigies with pieces of Dark Lords in their heads. You've changed, Bellatrix, Voldemort said quietly. The fanatical devotion, the unquestioning obedience, they've been replaced by something else. We've all changed, she countered, finally meeting his gaze. The binding ensures that. Some more than others. Voldemort drifted closer, examining the potion ingredients with idle curiosity. You seem at peace with our situation. While I still rage against it, Bellatrix finished for him. Still seek ways to break the binding, to reclaim your autonomy. Wouldn't you, in my position? Bound to protect the very child prophesied to destroy me? Bellatrix carefully wiped down the silver knife she'd used to prepare ingredients. Perhaps the prophecy has already been fulfilled. You were destroyed, in a sense. Your body gone, your power broken. Temporarily, Voldemort reminded her sharply. Of course, she agreed smoothly. But prophecies are notoriously tricky things. Rarely do they mean exactly what we think they mean. You sound like Dumbledore, Voldemort accused, his voice cold. I sound like someone who's had 6 months to reconsider everything she thought she knew, Bellatrix corrected, her own voice hardening. The binding has shown me things I never expected to see, not just about Harry, but about myself. About what it means to protect rather than destroy. Protection is merely another form of power, Voldemort argued. Control exercised through different means. Is that what you tell yourself? Bellatrix asked, a hint of her old recklessness returning. Is that how you justify the moments when you actually enjoy teaching him? When you take pride in his magical progress? The binding pulsed warningly as Voldemort's anger flared, causing both of them to wince slightly. After 6 months, they'd learned that strong negative emotions directed at each other, particularly when related to Harry, triggered the binding's intervention. We should join the others, Voldemort said stiffly, retreating from the confrontation. The child expects us. Bellatrix nodded, recognizing the deflection but choosing not to push further. The binding had changed them all, but some transformations came more slowly than others. In the mansion's formal dining room, lunch was already in full swing. The long table, normally set with black candles and Gothic centerpieces, had been cheerfully cluttered with child-friendly items, animated napkins folded into various magical creatures, plates that changed color depending on what food touched them, and as promised, dragon-shaped sandwiches that emitted impressive roars when bitten. Harry sat in a specially modified high chair, designed by Gomez to grow and shrink according to the child's needs. Around him sat the strangest family gathering the wizarding world had never seen, Gomez at the head of the table, enthusiastically demonstrating how to make the sandwich dragons breathe actual fire with a touch of hot sauce, Morticia beside him, elegantly cutting a sandwich into precise triangles, Wednesday and Pugsley across from Harry, conducting what appeared to be a competition to see whose sandwich could roar the loudest, and Lurch standing stoically behind, ready to provide refills of the smoking pumpkin juice Grandmama had prepared. "Ah, there you are," Gomez called as Bellatrix entered the dining room. "Just in time. The dragons are getting restless." He demonstrated by poking his sandwich with a fork, causing it to emit a roar that rattled the chandelier. "Where's our gloomy friend?" he asked, looking past Bellatrix for Voldemort. "Coming," she replied, taking her usual seat beside Wednesday. He was considering educational options for Harry. Morticia raised an elegant eyebrow. "Again? He seems quite fixated on the subject lately." "He worries about Hogwarts," Sirius explained, helping Harry cut his sandwich into manageable pieces. "Thinks the curriculum is too restrictive." "A legitimate concern," Morticia nodded thoughtfully. "Traditional magical education does tend to compartmentalize knowledge rather artificially. Dark versus light, transfiguration versus charms, as if magic weren't a single flowing continuum of power." "Exactly." Gomez agreed enthusiastically. "That's why Addamses have traditionally been homeschooled. Can't have those narrow-minded restrictions hampering natural magical development." "I went to Durmstrang," Wednesday stated flatly. "They expelled me after I corrected the dark arts professor on proper sacrificial knife technique." Everyone paused to look at her, including Harry, who seemed fascinated. "Wednesday, darling, you've never been to Durmstrang," Morticia corrected gently. "You're only 9. "Not yet," Wednesday agreed, her expression unchanged. "But I will be. The timeline's quite clear." Before anyone could question this disturbing statement, Voldemort drifted into the dining room, his near-solid form casting an actual shadow now, a recent development that had excited Gomez to no end, physical manifestation of spectral energy. "Remarkable progress. Lord Voldemort." Gomez greeted cheerfully. "Take a seat. Try the dragon sandwiches, they've got quite a bite." "I do not require physical sustenance," Voldemort reminded him, though he took his customary place at the table nonetheless. The binding encouraged participation in family activities, regardless of necessity. "Nonsense." Gomez dismissed. "The stabilization potion has restored enough physical form that you should be able to taste by now. Partial corporality is no excuse for missing meals." "Voldy try sandwich?" Harry asked hopefully, holding out half of his dragon-shaped creation, which emitted a pitiful growl. The binding pulsed gently, not forcing compliance but making refusal uncomfortable. Over the months, they'd all learned that direct requests from Harry carried particular weight. With obvious reluctance, Voldemort extended a semi-transparent hand and accepted the offering. "Thank you," he said stiffly. Harry beamed, watching expectantly as Voldemort examined the sandwich. With an almost imperceptible sigh, the Dark Lord took a small bite. His red eyes widened slightly. "I can taste it," he admitted, sounding genuinely surprised. "Told you." Gomez crowed triumphantly. "The binding accelerates your restoration. Soon you'll be solid enough for fencing lessons." "Something to look forward to," Voldemort replied dryly, though he did take another bite of the sandwich. Harry clapped his hands delightedly, causing his cup to float briefly before settling back onto the table. These small displays of wandless magic had become commonplace, barely drawing notice from the household anymore. "The illumination potions for tonight's garden party are ready," Bellatrix reported to Morticia as lunch continued. Harry helped. His counterclockwise stir actually improved the formula. "Wonderful," Morticia smiled warmly at Harry. "You have your mother's touch with potions, little one." "And his father's knack for trouble," Sirius added with a grin, watching as Harry made his spoon dance across the table with a point of his finger. "Speaking of the garden party," Gomez interjected, "I've added a few surprises to the hedge maze. Motion-activated snapping jaws, quicksand pools, and a rather charming colony of vampire bats I've been breeding in the attic." "Gomez, darling," Morticia cautioned gently, "remember we'll have guests from the ministry tonight. Perhaps the snapping jaws should be saved for a family gathering." "Quite right, my dear," Gomez conceded with obvious disappointment. "The vampire bats can stay, though. They've been so looking forward to the outing." "Of course," Morticia agreed. "They're quite harmless unless provoked. And the feeding station should keep them satisfied." "Feeding station?" Sirius questioned warily. "Just some blood oranges and plasma-infused punch," Morticia assured him. "Nothing to worry about. Unless you cut yourself," Wednesday added helpfully. "Then they can smell it from 50 yards away and swarm." Sirius paled slightly, but before he could respond, Harry spoke up. "My birthday soon," he announced, changing the subject with a toddler's natural abruptness. "Big party?" A moment of silence fell over the table. Harry's first birthday with the unusual household was indeed approaching. July 31st was just a few weeks away. But the date carried painful associations for some present. "The biggest party ever," Sirius promised, recovering first. "With presents and cake and games and whatever else you want, Prongslet." "Indeed," Morticia agreed smoothly. "A proper Addams celebration for our youngest family member." "With explosions?" Pugsley asked hopefully. "Controlled ones," Morticia qualified. "In designated areas." "And guests?" Harry pressed, looking around the table with those too perceptive green eyes. "Friends come." Another awkward silence. The unusual household arrangement had necessarily limited Harry's contact with the outside world. Apart from occasional supervised visits from Dumbledore and carefully vetted ministry officials, Harry had little interaction with anyone beyond the mansion's residents. "We'll invite some suitable playmates," Morticia promised. "Perhaps Neville Longbottom. Augusta and I have corresponded about a potential meeting." "The Longbottom boy?" Bellatrix questioned sharply. "Is that wise, considering?" She trailed off, uncomfortable with the reminder of what her brother-in-law and his wife had done to Neville's parents in the original timeline, actions that, in this strange alternate reality, had never occurred. "The past that never happened shouldn't dictate the future," Morticia said firmly. "Besides, the boys share a unique connection through the prophecy. They should meet." "I still don't understand why you chose Harry that night," Sirius said suddenly, looking directly at Voldemort. "Why not Longbottom?" The binding pulsed warningly, but Voldemort answered anyway. The half-blood, like myself. I recognized something familiar in the descriptions of the Potter child. You mean you saw yourself in him? Sirius pressed. Perhaps, Voldemort admitted reluctantly. A mistake, in retrospect. Best mistake you ever made, Gomez declared cheerfully. Brought us all together, didn't it? One big happy family. Voldemort's expression suggested he didn't share Gomez's enthusiasm for this outcome, but the binding prevented too much open resentment. More juice. Harry requested, effectively ending the tense conversation. Lurch promptly refilled his sippy cup with the smoking pumpkin juice. Thank you, Lurch, Harry added politely, his manners impeccable, a trait Morticia had insisted upon from the beginning. May leave table now. Want to practice flying? Flying? Sirius repeated, alarmed. On what, exactly? My broom, Harry answered as if it were obvious. The one Voldy fixed. All eyes turned to Voldemort, who appeared suddenly interested in the ceiling architecture. You fixed his toy broom? Bellatrix asked, unable to hide her surprise. Enhanced would be more accurate, Voldemort replied stiffly. The commercial model had unnecessary safety limitations. The child has excellent natural balance and reflexes. You removed the safety charms from a toddler's broom? Sirius looked horrified. Not removed. Recalibrated, Voldemort corrected. The original charms were insultingly restrictive. They barely allowed the broom to leave the ground. Because it's meant for toddlers. Sirius exclaimed. Harry is not an ordinary toddler, Voldemort countered. His magical control exceeds that of many adult wizards. Treating him as a helpless child does him no favors. Before Sirius could argue further, Gomez intervened. Capital idea. The boy needs to develop his flying skills. All wizarding children should learn early. I was doing loop-the-loops by age 3. And breaking your arm every other week, Grandmama cackled from her place at the table. Your father was so proud of each new fracture. The binding would prevent serious injury anyway, Morticia added practically. It protects Harry from physical harm as well as magical threats. Within reason, Bellatrix qualified. It's not infallible. Harry, growing impatient with the adult discussion about him, slipped down from his high chair with practiced ease. Going to fly now, he announced, heading for the door with purpose in his step. Coming, Sirius. Wouldn't miss it, Sirius sighed, recognizing defeat when he saw it. But we're setting some ground rules first. As they left, Voldemort drifted to the window, watching as Harry and Sirius crossed the mansion's back lawn toward the modified Quidditch pitch Gomez had installed months ago, complete with hoops that moved to increase difficulty and enchanted training bludgers that avoided direct hits while still providing challenge. You're genuinely concerned with his magical development, Morticia observed, joining Voldemort at the window. Not just as it relates to your own situation. Voldemort didn't answer immediately, watching as Harry retrieved his broom from a shed at the edge of the pitch. The child has potential, he said finally. Potential that conventional education would waste. Because of the prophecy? Or because of what he is becoming through the binding? Both, Voldemort admitted. And neither. He is unique. On that, we can all agree, Morticia said, a small smile playing at her red lips. Though perhaps for different reasons. Outside, Harry mounted his modified toy broom and kicked off from the ground, rising much higher than any standard toddler model should allow. Sirius watched nervously from below, wand at the ready, but the boy's control was indeed remarkable. He executed a perfect loop, his laughter carrying across the grounds. He flies like his father, Morticia noted. But with his mother's precision, Voldemort added. Then, as if catching himself showing too much interest, he drifted away from the window. I have research to complete before tonight's gathering. Morticia watched him go, the knowing smile never leaving her face. The Addams family garden party was in full swing as dusk fell over the mansion grounds. The illumination potions Harry had helped prepare floated among the carefully cultivated deadly plants, casting an ethereal purple glow over the proceedings. Enchanted music played from invisible instruments, a haunting waltz that managed to be both elegant and slightly disturbing. Ministry officials mingled with select members of old wizarding families, creating a gathering unlike any seen in polite magical society. Gomez played the perfect host, bouncing from group to group with infectious enthusiasm, while Morticia glided among the guests like a gothic apparition, ensuring everyone's glasses remained full of either blood wine or the less intimidating elderflower champagne. "Remarkable home you have, Mrs. Addams," Bartemius Crouch Sr. commented stiffly, eyeing a nearby plant that appeared to be watching him with predatory interest. "Most unusual." "Thank you," Morticia accepted the dubious compliment graciously. "The night-blooming stranglevine is particularly magnificent this season. Do be careful not to stand too close, though. It hasn't been fed yet this evening." Crouch took a deliberate step away from the plant. "Yes, well. About the matter we discussed by Owl, Harry's magical guardianship," Morticia nodded. "We received the Ministry's formal inquiry. Rest assured, all the paperwork has been filed appropriately. The binding magic has been officially recognized as a valid form of magical guardianship under Section 12 of the Ancient Protections Act." "Technically correct," Crouch conceded reluctantly. "But the situation remains unprecedented. A child of Harry Potter's importance, being raised by such an unconventional household. Including the very wizard who tried to kill him," came Lucius Malfoy's smooth voice as he approached, looking immaculate in formal robes with his long platinum hair tied back. "Forgive my bluntness, Mrs. Addams, but many in our society share Barty's concerns." "Yet here you are, Lucius," Morticia observed, "at our home, enjoying our hospitality, despite these supposed concerns." "I represent many interests," Malfoy replied carefully. "Some official, some personal." "Including your master's?" Morticia asked quietly, ensuring no other guests could overhear. Malfoy's composure flickered briefly. "The Dark Lord's current situation is complex. As is his relationship with Harry," Morticia agreed. "But the binding ensures the boy's safety, regardless of past intentions." "So we've been told," Crouch interjected skeptically. "But many at the Ministry remain unconvinced. This binding magic is poorly documented at best, potentially dangerous at worst." "I assure you, Mr. Crouch, Harry is thriving under our care," Morticia said firmly. "His magical development is exceptional, his health perfect, and his happiness evident to anyone who spends more than 5 minutes in his company." Speaking of the boy, Malfoy glanced around the garden. "Where is the young celebrity this evening? I'd expected him to be the center of attention." "Harry is with his godfather in the East Wing," Morticia explained. "Large gatherings can be overwhelming for children his age. He'll make an appearance briefly before his bedtime." What she didn't mention was the additional security measures in place for the event. Despite the binding's protection, no one in the household took chances with Harry's safety when outsiders visited. Across the garden, Bellatrix observed the conversation from her position near the hedge maze entrance. She wore elegant black robes that complemented her restored beauty, the madness and decay of Azkaban now just a potential future that would never come to pass in this timeline. Beside her stood her husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "I still don't understand why you continue this charade," he muttered, watching Morticia converse with Malfoy and Crouch. "Living here, playing nursemaid to Potter's spawn." "The binding gives me little choice," Bellatrix replied coolly. "As I've explained repeatedly." "It's been months, Bella," Rodolphus pressed. "Surely the Dark Lord has found a way to break this connection by now." Bellatrix turned to study her husband, seeing him as if through new eyes. The binding had changed her in ways Rodolphus couldn't begin to comprehend. Where once she had shared his fanatical devotion to Voldemort and pureblood supremacy, she now saw the limitations of such narrow thinking. Some connections aren't meant to be broken, she said finally. And not everything the Dark Lord once sought is still his priority. You sound like you've been imperiused, Rodolphus said with disgust. This isn't the Bellatrix I married. No, she agreed calmly. It isn't. The question is whether that's a loss to be mourned or a change to be celebrated. Before Rodolphus could respond, a commotion near the house drew everyone's attention. Sirius had appeared on the back terrace, Harry perched comfortably on his hip. The boy was dressed in formal robes of deep green that matched his eyes, his wild black hair unsuccessfully combed into some semblance of order. Whispers rippled through the gathering as guests caught their first glimpse of the boy who lived since the events of Halloween night. The lightning scar on his forehead was visible even from a distance, seeming to gleam slightly in the magical lighting. Ladies and gentlemen, Gomez announced, bounding onto the terrace beside Sirius and Harry. May I present the youngest member of the Addams household, Harry Potter Addams. Harry surveyed the crowd with surprising composure for a child not yet 2 years old. His gaze swept across the garden, pausing briefly on Malfoy, then Crouch, before settling on Bellatrix. A smile lit his face as he waved to her. Bella, he called out clearly, the name carrying across the suddenly silent garden. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Ministry officials exchanged shocked glances, while several pureblood guests actually gasped aloud. Harry Potter, calling out affectionately to Bellatrix Lestrange, former Inner Circle Death Eater, was not what anyone had expected to witness. Bellatrix, ignoring the stunned reactions, raised her hand in acknowledgement. The binding pulsed briefly beneath her skin, visible to those who knew what to look for, a silver glow tracing patterns like luminous veins. Come here, little one, she called back, her voice carrying none of the manic quality those who knew her before would have recognized. Show these boring ministry officials what you've learned today. Sirius hesitated only briefly before setting Harry down on the terrace. With surprising steadiness, the toddler navigated the shallow steps down to the garden path, making his way toward Bellatrix with purpose. Guests parted before him, some reaching out as if to touch the famous child, others drawing back as if unsure what to make of this confident toddler. The boy walks remarkably well for his age, Crouch observed to Morticia, watching Harry's progress with narrowed eyes. Harry excels at most things he attempts, Morticia replied simply. A family trait, from both sides of his heritage. When Harry reached Bellatrix, she knelt down to his level, disregarding what the action did to her expensive robes. Show them your new trick, she encouraged quietly. The one we practiced this morning. Harry's face scrunched in concentration. He held out his small hand, palm up, and focused intently. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, gradually, a small ball of purple light formed above his palm, identical in color to the illumination potions floating throughout the garden. Merlin's beard, someone whispered in the crowd. Wandless magic at his age. The light grew brighter, taking shape until it resembled a tiny, perfectly formed butterfly. With another surge of concentration from Harry, the light butterfly flapped its wings and took flight, circling his head once before flying toward the nearest illumination potion and merging with it, causing the potion to briefly flare brighter. Applause broke out among the guests, though many continued to exchange concerned glances. A 21-month-old child performing controlled wandless magic was beyond prodigious, it was unprecedented. Most impressive, Lucius Malfoy commented, his calculating eyes fixed on Harry. One wonders what other abilities the boy has developed under such unusual tutelage. Harry's magical education is comprehensive, Morticia replied smoothly. We believe in nurturing natural talent rather than restricting it due to arbitrary age limitations. Clearly, Crouch said dryly. Though one might question whether certain types of magic are appropriate for a child still in nappies. Harry's toilet trained, actually, Sirius interjected, joining the conversation with a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. Another area where he's advanced for his age. Harry, oblivious to the undercurrents of the adult conversation, spotted something interesting at the edge of the garden and tugged at Bellatrix's robe. Voldy is watching, he informed her, pointing toward a shadowy area beneath an ancient yew tree. Again, a ripple of reaction passed through the nearby guests at Harry's casual reference to the Dark Lord. Voldemort had remained largely unseen during the party, his semi-corporeal form still something the household preferred to keep private from most outsiders. "Yes, he is," Bellatrix confirmed calmly. "Would you like to say hello?" Harry nodded eagerly, but before he could move in that direction, Gomez appeared with perfect timing. "There's my boy," he exclaimed, sweeping Harry up into his arms. "Time for your special pre-bedtime fencing lesson. We can't neglect your physical training just because of a party, can we?" "Fencing lesson?" Crouch repeated incredulously. "At his age? Never too early to start," Gomez declared. "Wooden foils, of course. Safety first." "Well, safety third, after excitement and style, but you understand." Without waiting for a response, he whisked Harry away toward the house, effectively ending the public display of the boy's unusual abilities before it could generate more uncomfortable questions. As the party resumed its normal flow, Bellatrix found herself approached by her husband again. "That display was deliberate," Rodolphus accused quietly. "You're showing off the boy's power." "Why?" "Insurance," Bellatrix replied simply. "The more people who witness what Harry is becoming, the less likely anyone is to attempt interference with our arrangement." "You speak as if you want this situation to continue," Rodolphus said, studying her with growing suspicion. "As if you've actually developed some attachment to the Potter child." Bellatrix met his gaze steadily. "The binding changes everyone it touches, Rodolphus. In ways you wouldn't understand unless you experienced it yourself." "Then break it," he urged, gripping her arm tightly. "The Dark Lord must have found weaknesses by now. With the right ritual, the right sacrifice." "Release my arm," Bellatrix cut him off coldly. "Now." Something in her tone, a deadly certainty that had nothing to do with her former madness and everything to do with her new purpose, made Rodolphus comply instantly. "You've changed sides," he realized, horror and disgust warring in his expression. "You're not just playing along until the binding can be broken. You've actually chosen the boy over our Lord." "I've chosen to fulfill my magical obligation," Bellatrix corrected, though she didn't deny his fundamental point. "And discovered unexpected rewards in doing so." Rodolphus stepped back, shaking his head. "The others need to know. Lucius, Dolohov, Rookwood, they still believe this is temporary. A strategic retreat while our Lord regains his strength." "Tell them whatever you wish," Bellatrix shrugged elegantly. "It changes nothing about the binding or its requirements." With a final look of disgust, Rodolphus turned and strode away through the garden, heading directly for Lucius Malfoy, who was deep in conversation with several other former Death Eaters. Bellatrix watched him go, a sense of finality settling over her. The last connection to her old life had just been severed, by her choice as much as by circumstance. The binding had shown her a different path, one she would never have discovered otherwise. A slight shimmer in the air beside her announced Voldemort's arrival, his semi-solid form now visible only to those who knew to look for it, a disillusionment charm modified for his unique state of being. "Your husband is displeased," he observed neutrally. "Former husband, I think," Bellatrix replied. "Some bonds can't survive fundamental changes in perspective. Unlike our binding to the child," Voldemort noted. "Which only grows stronger with time. Because it's built on something real," Bellatrix said. "Not blind devotion or fear, but genuine protection. Actual care." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed slightly. "You've embraced this role completely, haven't you? Guardian to the very child who was to be our greatest enemy." "As have you, in your own way," Bellatrix countered boldly. "I've seen how you watch him. How you correct his magical technique. Guide his development. You've become invested in his future, whether you admit it or not." "The binding gives me little choice," Voldemort said, the standard response he'd used for months, though it lacked its former conviction. The binding prevents harm, Bellatrix corrected. It doesn't force positive action. Your choice to teach him, to enhance his toy broomstick, to monitor his magical development, those are your decisions, not the binding's requirements. Before Voldemort could formulate a response, a commotion erupted near the house. Raised voices, a flash of spell light, then a scream that cut through the elegant music and party chatter. Both Bellatrix and Voldemort reacted instantly, moving toward the disturbance with wands drawn. The binding pulsed beneath their skin, alerting them to potential danger to Harry. They weren't alone. Across the garden, Morticia's head snapped up, her eyes locking with Gomez's in silent communication. Sirius was already running toward the house, followed closely by Lupin, who had been conversing with a group near the refreshment table. Ministry officials and party guests scattered in confusion as more spelllight flashed from inside the mansion. The binding magic pulsed stronger now, visible as silver light beneath the skin of all Harry's primary guardians. The boy is in danger, Voldemort stated, his semi-solid form becoming fully visible as he abandoned the disillusionment charm. Several guests gasped at his appearance, but he paid them no mind, striding toward the house with growing solidity. Inside, chaos reigned. The grand foyer had become a battlefield, with Lurch defending the main staircase against 4 masked figures, Death Eaters who had apparently used the party as a distraction to infiltrate the mansion. Stupefy. One of the intruders fired at Lurch, who absorbed the spell without flinching, then responded by throwing a small side table with enough force to shatter against the wall as the Death Eater dodged. "Where's Harry?" Bellatrix demanded, entering behind Voldemort. "Upstairs with Wednesday," Gomez answered, arriving from another entrance, his wand already sending a barrage of curses toward the intruders. "East Wing Nursery." Voldemort didn't hesitate. He transformed into a stream of black smoke, a new ability his semi-restored form had recently mastered, and shot up the staircase, bypassing the fighting entirely. "Master," one of the Death Eaters called in confusion, recognizing the distinctive smoke form despite the chaos. Bellatrix used the distraction to her advantage, sending a precise cutting curse that sliced through the speaker's wand arm. "He's not your master anymore," she snarled, following up with a stunning spell that dropped the wounded intruder to the floor. More Death Eaters poured in from other areas of the mansion, at least a dozen in total, suggesting a coordinated attack rather than an opportunistic one. "They planned this," Morticia observed, arriving beside her husband, her own wand moving with deadly grace as she engaged 2 attackers simultaneously. "They knew exactly when to strike." Inside information, Gomez agreed grimly, ducking a killing curse that shattered an ancestral portrait behind him. Someone at the party must have signaled them. Rodolphus, Bellatrix realized, firing a barrage of hexes at a Death Eater trying to ascend the stairs. He was asking too many questions about Harry, about the binding. A massive explosion rocked the second floor, sending tremors through the entire mansion. The binding flared painfully within all of Harry's guardians, confirming their worst fears: the child was in immediate danger. "Go!" Gomez shouted to Bellatrix. "We'll handle these ones." Bellatrix didn't need to be told twice. She raced up the stairs, Sirius and Lupin close behind her. The binding pulled them forward, an invisible tether leading directly to Harry. The East Wing corridor was filled with smoke and debris. Part of the ceiling had collapsed, blocking direct access to the nursery. Through the choking dust, they could hear Harry crying, a sound that sent the binding into overdrive, flooding all 3 of them with protective rage. Bombarda Maxima. Bellatrix and Sirius cast simultaneously, blasting through the debris with enough force to clear a path. They rushed forward, only to be met by a scene of unexpected carnage. The nursery was partially destroyed, one wall blown completely open to the night air. 3 Death Eaters lay unconscious or worse on the floor. In the center of the room stood Wednesday, looking completely unruffled despite the destruction around her. She held Harry's hand firmly in hers, the toddler clinging to her with tears streaking his dusty face. "They tried to take him," Wednesday reported in her monotone voice. "I objected." "Are you both all right?" Sirius asked urgently, crossing to check Harry for injuries. He's scared, not hurt, Wednesday assessed clinically. I applied appropriate defensive measures as instructed. I can see that, Bellatrix noted, examining one of the fallen Death Eaters with professional interest. Acid dart hex to the throat. Impressive casting for your age. Thank you, Wednesday accepted the compliment without inflection. Uncle Fester taught me last summer. Where's Voldemort? Lupin asked, scanning the destroyed nursery. He came up here before us. As if summoned by the question, a screech of rage echoed from further down the corridor. More spelllight flashed, followed by the distinctive sound of Voldemort's cold, high laugh. He found more intruders, Bellatrix deduced. Wednesday, take Harry to the panic room with Pugsley and Grandmama. We'll handle this. Wednesday nodded and led the still sniffling Harry toward a concealed panel in the nursery wall, one of the mansion's many secret passages. Be careful, Harry called back to them, his green eyes wide with worry. Binding says danger still here. The three adults exchanged glances. Harry's connection to the binding magic had developed in unexpected ways over the months. If he sensed continued danger. A sudden crash from the direction of Voldemort's battle spurred them into motion. They raced down the corridor, following the sounds of combat to the mansion's East Wing library. The scene that greeted them defied expectations. Voldemort stood in the center of the room, his semi-solid form more substantial than they had ever seen it, nearly fully corporeal in the heat of battle. Around him, books and furniture swirled in a telekinetic vortex, occasional pieces launching toward his opponents with deadly accuracy. Facing him were not Death Eaters, but wizards in the distinctive robes of the Department of Mysteries, unspeakables, using the chaos of the Death Eater attack as cover for their own mission. The binding must be studied, one of them was shouting, deflecting a flying desk with a shield charm. The boy's power is developing beyond safe parameters. You will not touch the child, Voldemort's voice was cold, implacable. He is under my protection. Your protection, another unspeakable scoffed. You tried to kill him. This binding is clearly a dark artifact influencing your actions. Voldemort's response was a wandless curse of such power that it shattered the unspeakable's shield and sent him crashing into a bookshelf, unconscious before he hit the floor. The binding is not an artifact, Voldemort stated, advancing on the remaining intruders. It is a choice. One I am now making consciously. Bellatrix, Sirius, and Lupin joined the fray, surrounding the unspeakables with wands raised. The Ministry sanctioned this? Sirius demanded incredulously. Attacking a child in his home? Not officially, the lead unspeakable admitted, lowering his wand slightly. But certain elements within the department felt the risk too great to ignore. The magical signatures emanating from this mansion have grown exponentially over the past months. The boy's power is developing at an unprecedented rate. So you decided to kidnap him for study? Lupin asked, disgust evident in his voice. For the greater good, the unspeakable insisted. If his magic continues to develop at this pace, combined with the influence of those raising him. He glanced meaningfully at Voldemort and Bellatrix. You fear what he might become, Voldemort realized, a cold smile spreading across his face. Not the savior you expected, but something new. Something beyond your control. We fear what you are turning him into, the unspeakable corrected. The binding magic is poorly understood. Its long-term effects on magical development are none of your concern, Bellatrix interrupted sharply. Harry is protected by magic older and more powerful than your department's understanding. Magic that chose his guardians deliberately. Magic that continues to transform all of us, Voldemort added, surprising the others with this frank admission. In ways none of us anticipated. A commotion at the library door heralded the arrival of Gomez and Morticia, followed by several Aurors including Mad-Eye Moody. Situation contained downstairs, Gomez reported cheerfully, despite a bleeding cut across his forehead. 8 Death Eaters captured, 3 unfortunately deceased, though in fairness, they did try to curse Wednesday, so they rather asked for it. And what do we have here? Moody growled, his magical eye swiveling to examine the unspeakables. Department of Mysteries, by the looks of it. Care to explain why you're conducting an unauthorized raid on a private residence, Rookwood? The lead unspeakable stiffened at being identified. This is beyond our jurisdiction, Moody. The power signatures from this location, save it for the official inquiry, Moody cut him off. Minister Bagnold is currently downstairs having her ear talked off by Dumbledore about magical sovereignty and ancient protection rights. I suggest you prepare your excuses accordingly. As the Aurors took the unspeakables into custody, Morticia moved directly to Voldemort's side, examining him with clinical interest. Your form has stabilized significantly, she observed. The binding responds to direct threats against Harry by strengthening your connection to physical reality. Temporarily, Voldemort qualified, though he too seemed fascinated by his nearly solid hands. Perhaps, Morticia allowed. Or perhaps this is the binding's intended progression all along, gradual restoration through protection rather than destruction. Before they could discuss the matter further, a silver Patronus in the shape of a phoenix soared into the room, speaking with Dumbledore's voice. The Death Eaters have been contained. Harry is safe with Grandmama in the panic room. I suggest we convene in the drawing room to discuss tonight's coordinated attack. Coordinated indeed, Sirius muttered as the Patronus dissolved. Death Eaters and unspeakables hitting us simultaneously. That's no coincidence. Someone wanted to create enough chaos to grab Harry in the confusion, Lupin agreed. Someone who knew about both groups' interests. Questions for later, Gomez declared, clapping his hands decisively. First priority is checking on young Harry. Poor boy's first real magical battle, and he had to watch from the sidelines. He'll be devastated to have missed the action. The aftermath of the attack transformed the Addams mansion from a garden party venue to a crime scene investigation. Aurors combed the grounds and interior, documenting damage and collecting evidence, while ministry officials debriefed the shaken party guests who had been caught in the chaos. In the formal drawing room, a more significant gathering had assembled. Minister for Magic Millicent Bagnold herself sat in an ornate armchair, looking distinctly uncomfortable amid the Addams family's Gothic decor. Beside her, Bartemius Crouch Sr. maintained his rigid posture despite the evening's excitement, while Albus Dumbledore occupied another chair, projecting his usual aura of calm wisdom. Facing them were Harry's guardians, Gomez and Morticia Addams, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Bellatrix Lestrange, and most surprisingly to the ministry officials, a nearly solid Lord Voldemort, whose red eyes surveyed the proceedings with cold calculation. Harry himself sat on Morticia's lap, apparently recovered from his earlier fright. He played with a small silver toy, a miniature replica of the mansion that occasionally emitted tiny puffs of smoke from its chimneys when he touched certain areas. This situation has become untenable, Minister Bagnold declared, breaking the tense silence. Unauthorized Department of Mysteries operations, Death Eater attacks, and in the middle of it all, a child of unprecedented magical importance being raised by. She gestured vaguely at the assembled group, this extraordinary arrangement. What exactly do you propose, Minister? Dumbledore asked mildly. The binding magic has been officially recognized by the Ministry's own legal department as a valid form of magical guardianship. A decision that may need review, Crouch interjected stiffly. In light of tonight's events. Tonight's events only confirm the effectiveness of our protection, Voldemort countered, his voice causing several ministry officials to flinch despite themselves. The child remained unharmed despite a coordinated attack by multiple groups. Thanks in no small part to a 9-year-old girl who apparently knows more combat magic than most Auror trainees, Crouch noted dryly, glancing at Wednesday, who sat in a corner of the room, methodically sharpening what appeared to be a silver dagger. Wednesday has always been precocious, Morticia acknowledged with maternal pride. Her hexwork is years ahead of her age group. That's not reassuring, Mrs. Addams, Minister Bagnold sighed. It rather underscores our concerns about Harry's magical development in this environment. Where else would you suggest he be raised? Gomez challenged. With Muggle relatives who fear magic. In a ministry facility, subjected to endless study and scrutiny. Or perhaps shuffled between approved wizarding families, never forming the stable attachments a child needs. The binding chose us, Morticia added quietly. Magic this ancient has its own wisdom, its own purpose. Interfering with it now could have consequences none of us can predict. Harry looked up from his toy, suddenly attentive to the conversation. Stay with family, he declared with surprising firmness for a child his age. My choice too. The binding pulsed visibly beneath his skin as he spoke, matching pulses appearing briefly in each of his primary guardians. The minister's eyes widened at this visible demonstration of the magic connecting them. The boy's opinion matters, Dumbledore pointed out gently. Not just legally, but magically. The binding responds to his will as much as to external threats. He's not even 2 years old, Crouch protested. He can't possibly understand. He understands more than you might expect, Bellatrix interrupted. The binding accelerates cognitive development along with magical ability. Harry comprehends his situation better than any child his age could. As if to prove her point, Harry slid off Morticia's lap and walked to the center of the room, facing the minister directly. Bad people wanted to take me, he said clearly. But my family protected me. All of them. He looked around the room, his gaze touching each of his guardians in turn, lingering longest on Voldemort. Even when they didn't want to at first. Voldemort's expression remained impassive, but those connected to the binding felt a flicker of something from him, reluctant acknowledgement, perhaps even the faintest hint of pride. Out of the mouths of babes, Dumbledore murmured, his eyes twinkling. I believe Harry has summarized the situation quite effectively. Minister Bagnold studied the child for a long moment. The magical community needs assurances, she said finally. That the boy who lived is being raised to understand his place in our world, his responsibilities as a symbol of hope. Harry will understand his place in the wizarding world, Sirius promised. But he'll define it for himself, not have it imposed upon him by others' expectations. He will be educated in all forms of magic, Morticia added. Light and dark, ancient and modern. He will make informed choices based on knowledge, not prejudice. And he will be protected, Voldemort stated, his red eyes fixed on the minister. By whatever means necessary. Tonight's attackers discovered the consequences of threatening what is under our protection. Future attempts will be met with equal determination. The subtle threat hung in the air, made more significant by the fact that it came from the very wizard who had once tried to kill the child he now vowed to protect. Minister Bagnold sighed, recognizing a magical and political impasse when she saw one. Very well. For now, the ministry acknowledges the binding's authority in determining Harry's guardianship. But we will be implementing regular checkups, magical evaluations to monitor his development and ensure the binding remains stable. Reasonable, Morticia agreed diplomatically. Though we would request that Albus oversee these evaluations, rather than Department of Mysteries personnel. Tonight's events have rather damaged our trust in that particular department. Understandable, the minister conceded. Albus, would you be willing to serve as liaison in this matter? I would be honored, Dumbledore agreed, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. I admit to professional curiosity about Harry's magical progression myself. The binding creates unique educational opportunities. Then it's settled, Gomez declared, clapping his hands together. Harry stays with us, regular checkups with Dumbledore, and anyone else who tries to interfere gets introduced to the alligator pit. Metaphorically speaking, of course, he added hastily, noticing Crouch's expression. One more thing, Minister Bagnold said, rising from her chair. The wizarding public has questions about Harry's welfare. There are rumors, speculation. Some form of official statement might help quell the more outlandish theories circulating. A controlled introduction to the press. Morticia suggested. Perhaps around Harry's birthday. It would provide a natural occasion for positive publicity. An excellent idea, Dumbledore agreed. A carefully managed interview, photographs of Harry in his home environment. Proof positive that he is healthy, happy, and well protected. Very well, the minister nodded. I'll have my press secretary coordinate with you, Mrs. Addams. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a Department of Mysteries director to reprimand and several unauthorized operations to explain to the Wisengamot. As the ministry officials filed out, escorted by Lurch, Harry returned to Morticia's lap, looking pleased with himself. Well done, little one, she praised softly. You spoke very well. Binding helped, Harry admitted, yawning suddenly. Shows me words sometimes. This casual revelation caused the adults to exchange surprised glances. The binding suggests specific words to you? Voldemort asked, moving closer with unusual interest. Harry nodded sleepily. When important. Helps me explain. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. The magic doesn't just connect you all to Harry, it actively assists him in communicating his needs and understanding. It wants harmony, Voldemort observed. Between all connected to it. And it's rather good at getting what it wants, Gomez added with a grin. Stubborn magic, family magic. Harry yawned again, his eyes drooping. The excitement of the evening had clearly exhausted him, binding accelerated development or not. Bedtime for young wizards, Morticia declared, rising gracefully with Harry in her arms. The nursery is unfortunately uninhabitable at present. He can sleep in our room tonight. I'll help set up wards, Bellatrix offered immediately, following Morticia toward the door. And I'll check the entire East Wing again, Sirius added. Make sure we didn't miss any uninvited guests. I'll assist, Voldemort stated, surprising everyone with his voluntary cooperation. My magical senses are particularly attuned to concealment charms. As they dispersed to their various security tasks, Dumbledore remained seated, observing with twinkling eyes. Something amusing, Albus? Gomez asked, noticing the headmaster's expression. Merely appreciating the irony, Dumbledore replied. 6 months ago, I worried constantly about Harry's safety in this most unusual household. Tonight, I witnessed his would-be kidnapper become his most formidable protector. The binding has achieved what I thought impossible. What's that? Gomez inquired, pouring 2 glasses of fire whiskey and offering one to Dumbledore. It has given Lord Voldemort something he has never had before, Dumbledore said, accepting the drink. Something beyond power, beyond immortality. And what might that be? Dumbledore smiled, raising his glass in a toast. A purpose that transcends himself. A connection to something greater than his own ambition. Gomez laughed, clinking his glass against Dumbledore's. Family will do that to you. Even the most reluctant members eventually come around. The morning of July 31st dawned bright and clear over the Addams mansion. The extensive grounds had been transformed for Harry's second birthday celebration, decorated with a peculiar blend of traditional children's party elements and the Addams family's unique aesthetic. Black and silver balloons floated above tables set with skull-shaped cake plates. A bounce house shaped like a haunted castle stood beside a more conventional Quidditch ring toss game. Everything managed to be simultaneously festive and faintly macabre, perfectly suited to the unusual child being celebrated. In the master bedroom, Morticia helped Harry dress in special birthday robes of emerald green trimmed with silver. His wild black hair had been combed as flat as possible, though it already showed signs of rebellion. Will Neville like me? Harry asked, fiddling nervously with his sleeve. The Longbottom boy would be among the carefully selected children attending, his first real interaction with magical peers. Of course he will, Morticia assured him, adjusting his collar. You're a remarkable child, Harry. And Neville shares a connection with you that few others can understand. Because of prophecy? Harry asked with the directness of the very young, though his understanding of the concept revealed his accelerated development. Yes, Morticia confirmed, never one to shield children from truth. And because you both lost your parents to the war, though in different ways. Harry nodded solemnly. His parents are at St. Mungo's. Their minds are hurt. That's right, Morticia said, impressed as always by his comprehension. Neville lives with his grandmother now, much as you live with your chosen family. A knock at the door interrupted them. Sirius poked his head in, already dressed in formal robes but with his hair as unruly as Harry's. The birthday boy ready? Guests are starting to arrive downstairs. Just finishing, Morticia replied, making a final adjustment to Harry's robes. There. Perfect. Harry ran to his godfather, who scooped him up with practiced ease. Big day today, Prongslet. 2 years old. And your first proper wizarding press appearance. Remember what we practiced, Morticia reminded gently. Just a few simple questions from the reporter, one photograph with the family, then you can enjoy your party with the other children. Harry nodded. Be polite. Smile for camera. No floating things in front of reporter. Exactly, Sirius grinned. Save the magical showing off for later. The obstacle course Gomez set up in the West Garden should give you plenty of opportunity to impress your little friends. Is obstacle course safe? Harry asked skeptically, revealing his growing awareness of Gomez's enthusiasm for danger. Perfectly safe. Sirius assured him. I checked it myself. Removed at least 3 lethal elements and downgraded 6 others to merely, potentially injurious. Standard Addams birthday fare. Harry giggled, the sound bright and carefree, a normal child's laugh despite his extraordinary circumstances. It was these moments that reassured his guardians that beneath the accelerated development and magical prowess, Harry Potter Addams was still a little boy who deserved a joyful childhood. Downstairs, the mansion had been open to more visitors than it had seen in decades. Ministry officials mingled with selected members of old wizarding families. Journalists from the Daily Prophet and even one from an international publication set up equipment in the formal drawing room for the scheduled interview. In the main foyer, Gomez greeted guests with characteristic enthusiasm, dressed in a formal pinstriped suit with a ceremonial fencing foil at his hip. Welcome, welcome. Gifts to the left, dangerous artifacts to the right. Any cursed objects should be declared to lurch for proper containment during the festivities. Augusta Longbottom, imposing in her vulture-topped hat, approached with a solemn Neville clutching her hand. Addams, she acknowledged with a nod. Quite the gathering you've assembled. Only the best for young Harry's big day. Gomez declared. And this must be Neville. Splendid to meet you, my boy. He knelt to the child's level, modulating his usual exuberance to avoid frightening the shy-looking boy. Harry's been looking forward to meeting you. Neville mumbled something inaudible, half hiding behind his grandmother's robes. He's a bit timid, Augusta explained with a hint of disappointment. Nothing like his father at that age. Every child develops in their own time, at their own pace, Morticia said, gliding into the foyer with Harry and Sirius. Some bloom early, others wait for the perfect moment to reveal their strength. Harry, spotting Neville, wiggled to be put down. Sirius complied, and Harry approached the other boy with surprising social grace for a 2-year-old. Hello, Neville, he greeted clearly. Thank you for coming to my birthday. Would you like to see my venomous tentacula? It's just a baby one, but it can already grab small mice. Neville's eyes widened, a spark of interest breaking through his shyness. You have a venomous tentacula. Gran won't even let me have a bouncing bulb. Plants are brilliant, Harry declared with conviction. My Aunt Morticia has a whole greenhouse full of the dangerous kinds. She might show us if we ask nicely. Just like that, a connection formed. Neville stepped out from behind his grandmother, agricultural interest overcoming social anxiety. Do you have any Mimbulus Mimbletonia? They're really rare. Don't think so, Harry frowned thoughtfully. But we have a strangling snapdragon that can swallow a whole rabbit. Wicked, Neville breathed, thoroughly hooked. Augusta and Morticia exchanged knowing glances over the boys' heads. Plant obsessed, just like his mother, Augusta sighed, though with more fondness than criticism. Perhaps this friendship will be good for him after all. Harry needs normal childhood connections, Morticia agreed. His circumstances are unique, but his emotional needs are those of any child. As the two boys headed toward the conservatory, supervised by a watchful Sirius, more guests arrived. The Weasleys emerged from the flue in quick succession, Molly and Arthur followed by a stream of red-headed children, the youngest boy looking approximately Harry's age. Arthur. Molly. Gomez greeted them enthusiastically. Delighted you could make it. And you've brought the whole clan. Marvelous. Thank you for inviting us, Arthur replied, looking around the mansion's Gothic interior with undisguised fascination. Extraordinary place you have here. Is that a genuine medieval torture rack in the corner? Good eye. Gomez confirmed proudly. 15th century, used during the Spanish Inquisition. Great-grandfather Dreadful acquired it after narrowly avoiding becoming its final victim. Still functional, if you're interested in a demonstration later. Molly paled slightly. Perhaps another time, she said diplomatically, herding her children away from the more dangerous-looking artifacts. Where might we find the birthday boy? Harry's just taken young Neville to see the greenhouse, Morticia explained. The children's activities are set up in the East Garden, through those doors. We've arranged appropriate supervision, of course. Of course, Molly echoed faintly, clearly wondering what appropriate supervision meant in the Addams household. The oldest Weasley boy, Percy, by his dignified bearing, approached Morticia with formal politeness. Excuse me, Mrs. Addams, but is it true that Harry Potter lives here? The actual Harry Potter who defeated you-know-who? Harry Potter Addams is our ward, yes, Morticia confirmed with a small smile. Though I wouldn't focus too much on past events when speaking with him. He's just a little boy celebrating his birthday today. Of course, ma'am, Percy nodded seriously. It's just rather exciting to meet someone from the history books. History is being written every day, young man, came a cold voice from the shadows of the grand staircase. Voldemort descended slowly, his form now solid enough to pass for human at a casual glance, though his red eyes and serpentine features remained distinctive. He had donned formal robes of deepest black for the occasion, making a rare public appearance at Morticia's insistence. The Weasleys froze collectively, parents instinctively pulling children behind them. Arthur's hand moved toward his wand, while Molly went white with shock. Ah, Lord Voldemort. Gomez greeted cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Come to join the festivities. Splendid. You remember the Weasleys, I'm sure. By reputation, Voldemort replied smoothly, his red eyes surveying the family with clinical interest. Blood traders of ancient lineage. Fascinating genetic consistency in hair coloration across generations. Why you, Arthur finally managed, finding his voice. But you're supposed to be, defeated? Destroyed? Merely temporarily inconvenienced, Voldemort corrected. The details have been somewhat exaggerated in public accounts. Molly found her courage, stepping forward protectively. What are you doing here? Where's Harry? What have you done? He lives here, Mrs. Weasley, Morticia interrupted gently. As one of Harry's magical guardians. Guardians? Molly's voice rose to a near shriek. The man who tried to kill him. The binding magic works in mysterious ways, Gomez explained, as if this clarified everything. Ancient family protection spells, sacrificial mother's love, soul fragments, quite the magical cocktail. Resulted in a unique guardianship arrangement. The Weasleys stared in collective incomprehension. Perhaps we should move this discussion somewhere more private, Morticia suggested, noting that other guests were beginning to arrive. Gomez, would you escort our guests to the small parlor while I greet the new arrivals? Capital idea, Tish. Gomez agreed. Weasleys, this way please. We can explain everything over refreshments. Lurch has prepared the most marvelous finger sandwiches, some with actual fingers, though those are clearly labeled, so no need for concern. As Gomez led the stunned Weasley family away, Morticia turned to Voldemort. Perhaps you might join Harry in the greenhouse. Your presence here is causing quite the stir, as expected. That was the purpose of my appearance, was it not? Voldemort countered. To demonstrate the unconventional nature of Harry's guardianship before the formal press interview? Yes, but let's introduce the concept gradually, Morticia advised. The binding may accept our arrangement, but the wizarding public will need time to adjust to the idea. Voldemort nodded slightly. As you wish. The boy should be prepared for the interview regardless. His magical control has been unpredictable when excited. As Voldemort glided toward the greenhouse, Bellatrix descended the stairs, drawing almost as many shocked looks as the Dark Lord had. She wore formal robes of deep burgundy, her wild hair tamed into an elegant updo, looking every inch the aristocratic black rather than the fanatical Death Eater most remembered. The reporters are getting restless, she informed Morticia. The prophet photographer wants to discuss lighting conditions for the family portrait. Of course he does, Morticia sighed. Would you mind supervising the children's arrivals while I deal with the press? Wednesday is helping Grandmama with the birthday cake, and Pugsley is still under timeout restrictions after yesterday's dynamite incident. Certainly, Bellatrix agreed with surprising graciousness. 6 months ago, such a request would have been met with scorn or outrage. Now, she simply adjusted her course toward the front door, where more guests were arriving. The drawing room had been transformed into an impromptu press area, with enchanted cameras set up and a special chair placed for Harry. Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet's most ambitious reporter, was arguing with a photographer about angles when Morticia entered. Mrs. Addams. Skeeter pounced immediately, acid green quill poised above a notepad. How delightful to finally meet the mysterious guardian of the boy who lived. Tell me, was it difficult to adjust to raising a celebrity? Does Harry show any lingering trauma from the night his parents were murdered? And what about these rumors of unusual magical development? We'll address all appropriate questions during the formal interview, Ms. Skeeter, Morticia replied coolly. Which will be conducted according to the guidelines already provided to your editor. No quick quotes quill, no questions about the night of October 31st, and no photographing Harry's scar. Skeeter's smile turned brittle. The public has a right to know about their savior's welfare. The public will know what we choose to share about a 2-year-old child in our care, Morticia countered, her quiet voice somehow more intimidating than a shout. Anything beyond that would be a violation of the magical child protection statutes. I'm sure your editor explained the legal constraints. Before Skeeter could respond, the drawing room door opened to admit Harry, accompanied by Voldemort and Sirius, a juxtaposition so startling that even the experienced reporter momentarily lost her composure. Is that, she gasped, staring at Voldemort. But you're late for the interview. Voldemort suggested smoothly. Perhaps slightly. The greenhouse tour was educational for the children. Harry ran to Morticia's side, apparently untroubled by the reporter's presence. Neville knows lots about plants, he reported enthusiastically. Even more than me. And Ron has 5 brothers and a sister. That's a really big family. Indeed it is, Morticia agreed, placing a calming hand on his shoulder. Are you ready for your interview, Harry? Remember what we practiced. Harry nodded, his expression becoming serious. Be polite. Answer questions clearly. No accidental magic. Perfect, Morticia smiled, guiding him to the special chair. We'll be right here with you. Skeeter had recovered her professional demeanor, though her eyes kept darting to Voldemort with a mixture of fear and journalistic hunger. Shall we begin? Perhaps we should start with introductions for the record. An excellent suggestion, Morticia agreed. Harry Potter Addams is joined today by his godfather Sirius Black, myself, Morticia Addams, and Lord Voldemort, all legally recognized magical guardians through an ancient binding spell. The photographer's camera slipped from his fingers, crashing to the floor as he gaped at Voldemort. Perhaps we should take the family photograph first, Skeeter suggested, her voice unnaturally high. While the light is good. Wonderful idea, Morticia agreed. Gomez should be here for that. And Bellatrix, of course. Bellatrix Lestrange. Skeeter's quill froze midair. She's here as well. Another of Harry's guardians, yes, Morticia confirmed calmly. The binding connected all those present on Halloween night. Skeeter looked like you had come early, her journalistic instincts overriding her fear as she sensed the story of a lifetime. The wizarding world believes you know who was destroyed that night, she said, unable to keep the excitement from her voice. Yet here he stands, apparently as guardian to the very child he tried to kill. The binding magic creates unusual connections, Voldemort stated coldly. Connections that transcend previous disagreements. Harry looked up at him with a faint smile. Voldy helps me with magic now. He's very good at teaching. Skeeter's eyes widened to the size of galleons at Harry's casual diminutive for the Dark Lord. You call him Voldy? Only Harry is permitted that particular liberty, Voldemort clarified, red eyes narrowing dangerously. A fact you might wish to note clearly in your article. The door opened again to admit Gomez, Bellatrix, and Dumbledore, the latter having arrived specifically for the press opportunity, his presence lending legitimacy to the unusual guardianship arrangement. Ah, perfect timing! Skeeter exclaimed, recovering her professional demeanor. The complete guardian contingent, plus Headmaster Dumbledore. What a delightful photo this will make for tomorrow's front page. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed, his eyes twinkling as he took in the scene. Though I am merely an interested observer, not a guardian. But you approve of this arrangement? Skeeter pressed, quill poised. I recognize the binding magic as a valid and powerful form of magical protection, Dumbledore replied carefully. Harry's welfare has been my primary concern since that tragic Halloween night, and I can confirm he is thriving under this unique guardianship. The photographer, having recovered his equipment, directed them into position around Harry's chair. Gomez stood proudly behind the chair, one hand on Harry's shoulder. Morticia positioned herself beside him, elegant and composed. Sirius took Harry's right side, while Bellatrix stood at his left. Voldemort, after a moment's hesitation, completed the tableau, standing slightly apart but undeniably part of the group. Perhaps a smile from the birthday boy, the photographer suggested, emerging from behind his camera. Harry obliged with a bright grin that lit up his entire face, revealing a happy child despite the extraordinary circumstances of his life. As the camera flashed, the binding pulsed briefly beneath his skin, matched by answering pulses in each of his guardians, a visual reminder of the magic that connected them, visible in the photograph for all the wizarding world to see. Perfect, the photographer declared. One for the history books, this is. Indeed, Dumbledore murmured. Though perhaps not in the way anyone expected. The formal interview proceeded smoothly after that, with Harry answering simple questions about his birthday celebrations, his favorite activities, and life at the Addams mansion. He demonstrated remarkable poise for a 2-year-old, speaking in complete sentences and maintaining focus throughout, further evidence of his accelerated development. And what's your favorite thing about living here, Harry? Skeeter asked, having gradually recovered her composure despite Voldemort's looming presence. Harry considered the question seriously. My family, he answered finally. All of them. Even when they're different from each other. They all keep me safe. Even, all of them. Skeeter pressed, glancing meaningfully at Voldemort and Bellatrix. Harry nodded firmly. The binding chose them. And now they choose to stay. That's what makes a real family. Out of the mouths of babes, indeed. The simple statement, delivered with a child's directness but an understanding beyond his years, captured the essence of what had happened over the past 8 months. The binding had forced these disparate individuals together, but something more profound had developed, something that transcended magical compulsion. I believe that concludes our interview, Morticia announced, recognizing Harry's growing restlessness. Harry has a birthday party to enjoy. Of course, Skeeter agreed, unable to believe her luck with the material she'd gathered. Thank you for this unprecedented access. The wizarding world will be fascinated by young Harry's unusual family. As the reporters packed up their equipment, Harry slipped off his chair and approached Voldemort, tugging lightly at his robes. Coming to the party now? He asked hopefully. Gomez says there's an obstacle course with actual fire challenges. Voldemort hesitated, glancing at the departing journalists who were watching the interaction with poorly disguised fascination. Perhaps briefly, he conceded. To observe your performance. Harry beamed, then turned to Bellatrix. You too, Bella. You promised to show me how to hit targets with minor hexes. After cake, Bellatrix agreed, her usual sharpness softened when addressing the child. Assuming your godfather doesn't object to the lesson. She glanced at Sirius with a hint of challenge. As long as the targets aren't living creatures or priceless artifacts, I suppose it's fine, Sirius sighed, the ongoing peace between them still uneasy but holding. Harry clapped his hands excitedly, a burst of accidental magic causing the chandelier above to light up with multicolored flames. Oops, he said, noticing the adults' reactions. Sorry. Forgot control. Your magical enthusiasm is understandable on your birthday, Morticia assured him. Now, shall we join your friends in the garden? I believe Neville was hoping to show you his gift. As the unusual family made their way to the East Garden, where children's laughter mingled with the occasional small explosion from Pugsley's contribution to the entertainment, Dumbledore fell into step beside Voldemort. A remarkable transformation, the headmaster observed quietly. In the child and in his guardians. Do not mistake compliance for conversion, Dumbledore, Voldemort replied coldly. The binding may require my protection, but it does not control my ambitions. And yet, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled knowingly, you modified his toy broomstick to better suit his abilities. You teach him control of his magic. You watch his progress with something suspiciously resembling pride. Voldemort did not respond immediately, watching as Harry ran ahead to join Neville and Ron Weasley at the edge of the elaborate obstacle course Gomez had constructed. The child has potential, he said finally. It would be wasteful to see it squandered. A pragmatic answer, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though I wonder if there isn't more to it. The binding connects you not just magically but emotionally, does it not? You feel what he feels, to some degree. An unfortunate side effect, Voldemort dismissed. One I have learned to manage. Or perhaps, Dumbledore suggested gently, one that has reminded you of what it means to be human. To care for something beyond yourself. Before Voldemort could formulate a suitably cutting response, Harry called out from the obstacle course entrance. Voldy! Watch this! The boy took a running start and leapt onto the first challenge, a series of floating platforms that shifted unpredictably. With surprising agility for his age, Harry navigated the platforms, using small bursts of wandless magic to stabilize those that tilted too dramatically. Remarkable control, Voldemort observed, momentarily distracted from his conversation with Dumbledore. The binding accelerates his development, but his natural talent is undeniable. Nature and nurture in perfect harmony, Dumbledore agreed. Though I suspect his current guardians have influenced his magical style significantly. That particular wandless technique bears a striking resemblance to your own. Voldemort's lips twitched in what might almost have been a smile. He adapts quickly. Learns from observation as much as instruction. A trait that will serve him well. Across the garden, Bellatrix had joined Morticia and Gomez near the elaborate birthday cake, a towering creation shaped like the Addams mansion, complete with tiny animated gargoyles that occasionally spouted harmless sparks. The reporter will write about the binding, Bellatrix predicted, watching as Skeeter and her photographer departed through the main gates. About how it's changed all of us. Let her, Gomez shrugged cheerfully. The wizarding world would discover the truth eventually. Better on our terms than through rumor and speculation. The binding itself will protect its secret, Morticia added. Those who aren't part of it can observe but never truly understand the connection it creates. And those who are part of it? Bellatrix asked quietly, unconsciously touching her chest where the silver magic pulsed beneath her skin. Do we understand what it's doing to us? What we're becoming? Morticia's knowing smile held centuries of Addams' wisdom. We're becoming a family, Bellatrix. With all the complexity, conflict, and commitment that entails. Family, Bellatrix repeated, testing the word. Not a concept I associated with positive experiences, historically speaking. The wonderful thing about chosen family, Gomez declared, throwing an arm around her shoulders, is that it rewrites all the old rules. Creates new traditions. Forges connections stronger than mere blood. On the obstacle course, Harry had reached a particularly challenging section, a narrow bridge over a pit of harmless but intimidating flames. He hesitated, suddenly looking his actual age as he confronted the flickering fire. Voldemort moved before anyone else could react, positioning himself near the bridge. Focus, child, he instructed calmly. The flames cannot harm you. The binding ensures it. Harry looked up, green eyes meeting red across the distance. Too big, he admitted, revealing the normal 2-year-old beneath the magical prodigy. Size is irrelevant to magic, Voldemort replied. Intent is what matters. And your intent is to cross, is it not? Harry nodded determinedly. Then command the flames to recognize you as their master, Voldemort continued. Like the serpent tongue exercise we practiced. Harry took a deep breath, then made a subtle gesture with his small hand. The flames below the bridge lowered instantly, diminishing to mere embers. With newfound confidence, he crossed the bridge, grinning triumphantly when he reached the other side. I did it, he called out excitedly. Did you see? Well done, Voldemort acknowledged, the praise measured but genuine. The other children watched in awe, particularly Neville, whose expression suggested he was revising his entire understanding of Harry Potter in that moment. Blimey, Ron Weasley breathed. Is that really you-know-who helping him? Dad said he was the scariest dark wizard ever. That's just Voldy, Harry explained as if it were the most normal thing in the world. He's really good at teaching magic. Especially the cool kinds with fire. The simplicity of the statement, delivered with a child's matter-of-fact acceptance of his unusual circumstances, captured the essence of what had happened over the past 8 months. What had begun as a magical anomaly, enemies bound together by ancient protection magic, had transformed into something none of them could have predicted. Not friendship, exactly, nor conventional family, but a connection that transcended previous enmities. As Harry completed the obstacle course to enthusiastic applause from his peers, Gomez called everyone to gather around the birthday cake. 2 candles flickered atop the confectionery mansion, enchanted to change color as they burned. Make a wish, Harry. Sirius encouraged as the assembled guests sang, Happy Birthday. Harry looked around at the gathered faces, friends and family both conventional and extraordinary. His gaze touched each of his guardians in turn, lingering briefly on Voldemort, who stood somewhat apart from the celebration but undeniably present. Then he took a deep breath and blew out the candles with perfect aim, a small burst of wandless magic ensuring both extinguished simultaneously. The cake's tiny gargoyles applauded, shooting celebratory sparks into the air. What did you wish for, dear? Morticia asked as she began cutting slices of the magical cake, which revealed different flavors depending on who received each piece. Harry smiled secretively. Can't tell or it won't come true. That's the rule. But as he accepted his slice of cake, chocolate for him, naturally, the binding pulsed briefly beneath his skin, matching pulses appearing in each of his guardians. In that moment, they all felt it, not the specific wish, but the essence of it. A desire for things to remain as they were, for this strange family to stay together, for the protection and belonging he had found in the most unlikely of circumstances to continue. To Harry, Gomez proposed a toast, raising his glass of pumpkin juice. May your second year be even more magical than your first. To Harry, the others echoed, even Voldemort inclining his head slightly in acknowledgement. As the celebration continued around them, with children playing and adults conversing, the binding pulsed once more, a gentle reminder of the magic that had brought them together and the connections that would keep them that way, regardless of what challenges the future might hold. For in the Addams mansion, darkness had met darkness and created something entirely new, a family forged not despite their differences but because of them, united in the protection of a child who would grow to redefine what magic could be. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.